Telling me to hydrate before I even started. Thank you, BBD. Yeah, BBDH. Hey there, travelers. Kai, proudly radical. Welcome. Um, so this is a story that amused me. Just short, just a headline. A troll. A ghost boat, which is generally what they refer to as trafficking boats. A ghost boat washed up in the Marshall Islands with 649 kilos of cocaine on it. Anybody notice a problem with this? Does anybody think that maybe there might have been 650 kilos of cocaine when that boat left? 649 kilos is a very odd number for traffickers to be shipping. 649 kilos reported on the boat. Whoever found that boat, it's like, just myself. Somebody's having a good house party right now in the Marshall Islands. Yeah, nah, seems about right. Yeah. Yeah, there's an old Reddit tradition of doing in comment threads about that sort of thing, drilling it all the way down to zero, and of course they did it, but it was, let's see, it washed up on Aleut Atoll. There's 400 people thereabouts on the island. That amounts to 1.6225 kilos per man, woman, and child on that island. But yeah, I thought that was an amusing way to start. Yeah, so they misplaced 1 kilo. What's a kilo of coke between friends, right? My hands are on fire right now. They're cold and on fire. It's fucking miserable. You could give 2.5 grams of coke to everyone on the island, and they may. You know, like I said, somebody's having a hell of a house party right now. You in a masochistic mode, Ace, or you in a fighty mode? I'm 38, Laura. A very tired, very wounded. Yeah. Fighty mood. Okay. Just seeing which it was. Don't know. Didn't look into it any further than the 649 kilos, which I found quite amusing. They just sort of one off the top. Okay, so I saw some of the updates, but I didn't see any shit about that. So premarital, you want to send me a highlight or something? That'd be great. And I can't even figure out what the I word is. So send me like highlighted or relevant or screen grab or something. Help a brother out. Hey Joe. Hey Curio. Someone looks a little torqued in the pork. Yeah, I don't feel well. My hands are killing me right now. Yeah. Let's see. See, the mayor of Paris got fined for hiring too many women. She ran afoul of the gender equality law. She hired 11 women and 5 men. And so she got tagged with their gender equality law. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, that's not... Let me see if I've got all of the ones current. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the I one. We can't even say that. Jesus Christ. Okay, I've got Pillars of Eternity. I've got Tyranny. All right, cool. Cool. There you go. Hey, Prollet. We were just talking about the new TOS. Looks like management got it from the right wing so they don't get gigged by Republicans because we all call them names. Oh. Let's see. Let me look at this list. Dying Light, Resident Evil 7, Witcher 3, Mass Effect Andromeda, Assassin's Creed Origins, Metal Gear Solid 5, Evil Within, Far Cry 5, Fallout 4, Borderlands 3. Yeah, fuck that one. Monster Hunter Worlds. Oh, interesting. I'd like to play that online. I've seen a lot of it. Dragon Age Inquisition, Horizon Zero Dawn. If you haven't played Horizon Zero Dawn, you should. Oh, by the way, we're talking about what Zealot posted to shared content on the Discord. It is a list of free games by Epic Games that will be given out over the Epic Games Store over this next month, starting the 17th. And so if you're a PC gamer of any extent, install the Epic Games Store. For the love of God, you don't have to buy shit through them. I've got coming up on 40 free games. I know there are guys that have had it since it launched that are like 90 free games in. They give shit away all the time. So if you're a PC gamer and you don't have a shit ton of money, you should have, Epic Games installed. And yeah, they're giving away like top shelf games this month. Like I said, Assassin's Creed Origins, not a top shelf game, but still, some people would consider it. Metal Gear Solid 5, Far Cry 5, Fallout 4, Borderlands 3, Monster Hunter World, Horizon Zero Dawn, Hitman 2, which you should all have and play because it's the best game ever. Witcher 3. Yeah, all just for free. All right, so what is the S word? Can we can somebody figure out how to euphemize the S word? Sorry, Ramsey. Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, what the fuck? We called meat tray that all the time. How the fuck are we supposed to describe meat tray if we can't use that word? God damn it. God damn it. Does it go into effect until January 1st? Well then, fucking, I'm gonna make, Kira, that's what I'm saying. We just call him a bottom. Dude, what are they doing to us? I don't care about incel. Like, I very, very rarely use that one. And virgin, we can't use virgin. Is it just for people who haven't had sex, or am I forbidden from describing extra virgin olive oil now too? Let's see. What else are, fucking, I mean, this is, Jesus Christ. This is the euphemism treadmill. This is what I yell at people on the left about all the time. Ace, we're bitching about the new terms of service and how we can't talk shit about, like, frustrated chuds. We can't, come January 1st, we can't say virgin, incel, or simp, apparently. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, but I can still say Jesus fucking Christ. Apparently not, Ace. Yeah, go for it, premarital. Technically, I think the TOS only goes when used in a derogatory way, so virgin olive oil should be fine. Great. So if I say simp with love, I get to use it. Like if we use it in community as a term of endearment for some of our own people, we're okay. Like how does this? Who's gonna be the adjudicator on this? Jesus Christ. I mean, we just call them virgin olive oil now. Just call them olive oil. Just call them olive oil. Like, that's fucking... If they want to play the game with the euphemism treadmill, let's start EVOO. Yeah, let's start, like... Let's start burning terms that people will be like, wait, we can't say olive oil anymore? Yeah. Like, let's start using terms then. Fuck this. Because Volcel is still fine, right? Because I use that sometimes. Let's call them limps. Twitch will be, so don't get your hopes up. MC. Premarital. Okay, Twitch is banning the terms incel, simp, and worst of all, virgin. This is a direct attack on virgin olive oil and therefore on Mediterranean Latin cuisine as a whole. I will not tolerate this attack on my way of life and that of my people. Not mine. I henceforth ceasing all use of the platform and deleting my Twitch account effective immediately. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Let's just call him Olive or something like that, Devil. Like, I'm all for it. Change approved on this channel. If you want to say, like, simp or incel or some shit like that, then just call him olive oil, EVOO, something having to do with olive oil, and that works. Olive oil, yeah. Look, let's just run with it. Fuck this. Absolutely. The euphemism treadmill is the dumbest fucking thing we have to deal with as far as I'm concerned. And the people on the left are obsessed with this shit. Oh, you can't say that word. You can't say this word. You can't say that word. You do realize a new word is just going to be created, right? Like, we're just going to pick one out of the fucking air. Nationalize Twitch. Decentralize and distribute Twitch. Distributed Twitch. Valorant, Valorant. Yeah, Valorant works. Wait, isn't that Valorant? Valorant's a video game. Hello, Catboy. Yeah. So we're just gonna call these people something to do with olives or olive oil from this point forward, because this is how the euphemism treadmill works. And so let's just give the community, be ahead of the curve and give the community an example of why you don't engage in this sort of thing. Can we include Amazon in the monopoly lawsuit with Facebook so we can take Twitch out of daddy baits? Dude, I'd be for it. I'd be for it 100%. Jesus Christ. We can't say incel. Fucking gamers TM. Right? This is gamers TM. Like real hardcore gamers. Trademark. This is them. They're the ones who wind their asses off. Guaranteed about incel and simp and virgin. This is gamers TM. The same crew that whines about fucking, minorities in video games and female protagonists in video games. It's that crew. It's the ones that use gamer words. Those. Guaranteed. And they're a significant portion of Twitch's base. Love you, Kai, but I'm going to do a quick workout and keel over into bed. Glad to catch one of the streams in this time slot, but 3 a.m. is about my limit without any substance abuse. See you around in later chat. Ramsey, enjoy your workout. Do it on my behalf. Think of me when you're doing it. I would love to get a good, proper workout in, but those days are long gone. And sleep well, my friend. No, because Gamer Girls TM is an entirely different category than Gamers TM. It's all fucking bullshit. It's identity politics mixed up with video game politics. It's a whole fucking thing. If you'd like more information on this, go see Jim Sterling's channel over on YouTube, and they can inform you about it as well. Troll. Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's been a long time since I read Kropotkin. It's been since my 20s, but he's on my bookshelf. Gamer Girl's a trademark brand of bathwater. Dude, still the craziest fucking thing that's ever fucking absolutely batshit insane. Ninja labels. I hate labels. Fucking Jesus Christ, no. Fucking Inpol. Yeah, it is. I mean, that's what that is about. That's what that TOS change is about. 100%. Nobody's. Literally no one. Not a single fucking person on this, unless their bathwater is the cure for my progressive neuropathy, nothing. Like, fuck off. It's just the dumbest fucking thing ever. Curio. What is it? Fair enough. Oh, yeah, Catboy. It's incel, virgin, and what was the other one? I've already forgotten fucking what I can't call these morons. Simp. So virgin, incel, and simp are on the chopping block. Yeah. Fucking. So we're calling them olive or olive oil or EVOO. We're just going to utilize the euphemism treadmill and change the word. Yeah. Hey, Arm. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Especially for this particular group. Don't call them olive, please. Yeah, we'll call them olive oil or something along those lines. Fucking ridiculous. Oh. The way Twitch's TOS is written, Zealot, I mean, probably not. EVOO is too good to be associated with those people. How much you want to bet some dipshit on the right, like the quartering, will blame this on the left? Of course they will. Even though this came firmly out of, like, I know. In my heart of hearts, I know who did this. This is Gamers TM. This is the same crew that complains about minorities in their video games and women being protagonists. Nice. English to Twitchalese insult dictionary posted by Premarital on the Discord under shared content. If anybody wants the conversion dictionary. Tommy Lahren is Scaretrick Grift is coming to an end. Well, the rap community used to call Sippy Rise his dick. I would revert to that dick riding. Nah. Oh, we're gonna go with Bartholomew. Bart. I like, yeah. We'll convert simp to Bart. I like that. Yeah, no. Ramsey, fucking. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. How about that stimmy? Big fact, $600 gonna save so many people in the U.S. Oh yeah, it'll do great. We're fucked. Oh. There hang on. I'm gonna do a music day. Let's throw some music on behind me. I don't know that meme, but I'm going to look it up because reasons. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Let's go chill EDM and see what's over there. All right, so here's the clause. Starting with hateful conduct, Twitch has added 3 protected identity characteristics. All right, for those of us who grew up with George Carlin and his hate for euphemistic language that hides the truth and allows corporations and government to get away with murder, literally in some instances, this is, my inner George Carlin is screaming at just reading this. Twitch has added 3 protected identity characteristics to its list. Caste, color, and immigration status, meaning users will face punishment for attacking someone based on these traits. The remaining protected characteristics are race, ethnicity, national origin, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition, and veteran status. No, Catboy, it goes into place January 1st. I mean, potentially, ARM. Australian streamers will need to find a new career if they can't slander things. So incel virgin zone. Yes, it's very much a. Yes, he was babe. See, now did I just violate the TOS because I called her babe? Probably. I mean, you know, yeah. I honestly, if you, it's based on reporting. This is a catch-all, the system. This is designed to catch everything. They might as well just put, if somebody is offended and they report you and we decide to block you or ban you or time you out, that's it. Like, they should just literally write it as a proper catch-all and not this iterative version they're attempting to do. And just be like, final decision lies with us. If somebody's offended and they report you, we decide. Fuck off. Hey, Solaris. Nice. Oh, well, you wouldn't hear me. Catboy, I don't know. Like I said, this is written in the form of a catch-all. It's... We're gonna have to have a talk with Mitre. I'm for real. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fucking Tom Morello is my jam. Fuck yeah. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to have a chat with Mitre. Twitch hates Catholics confirmed. I'm sending a letter to the Pope. Get Bezos' bitch ass excommunicated. Is he Catholic? Is Bezos Catholic? I'm you know. Angie, I'm on 5 days a week. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific. Tuesday, Thursday, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. Your favorite band ever? I don't know who mine would be. It would be a toss-up. You know, something from my, like, teen era of like maybe Anti-Flag, maybe Pennywise, maybe NoFX, something in that territory. But yeah, I mean, Rush stands a solid chance. It's definitely top 3. Rush is going to be in there as well. Yeah. No. No. No, we did not. Good luck, Troll. Enjoy. I bet Twitch TOS would be say you're dumb. IP bans. I know I missed a few though. Why be so specific with words though? If it's done in a slanderous way, that just falls under harassment, right? No matter what the word is. See, this is Zealot. Like, I don't understand why they're not just doing a catch-all. Plain and simple. Like, we have final say. If somebody's offended and they report you, done. Why? It's just giving them political cover. That's it. That's all they're after. God damn it, my hands are terrible. A Republican friend of mine, well, not in the GOP sense, he hates those fucks and Trump, said that good old Elon Musk is now the 2nd richest man on the planet. Is that true? I don't know. Maybe he is. I don't keep up with the shifting valuations of these evil fuckers. No. Forbes is saying no. Here's why. So there you go. If you want the article, oh, Jesus Christ. Forbes has him at number 3 behind Jeff Bezos. That actually got a laugh, Catboy. That actually got a laugh. As an only child who lived out in the country, that one sort of hit home as well. When I was a kid, there weren't other children yet. I had to play alone. They invented them later. That very much so in my real life, it sort of felt that way. You got me on that one. Elon Lithium Musk. Yeah, Elon fucking South African gem mine, emeralds in my pocket Musk. Remember when Gates was the richest man in the world? I miss the good old days. And it's just because of stock valuations. It doesn't have to do with actual asset. Well, hard asset. I don't know if I can show that on stream. What a bloody moron, Elon Musk. I'm so tired of him. I am too. Elon overthrow the democratically elected government of Bolivia. Musk. Yes, that's a good one as well. Elon, I bought the title of founder of Tesla. Musk. He's the founder of Tesla. He literally bought the title from the 2 founders. He bought the rights to call himself founder. Such a fucking raging narcissist. In sport ball shit that doesn't matter news, Raka, I'm here so everyone has to smoke some weed. The MLB has recognized the Negro Leagues as the major leagues they were, finally. It's all sport ball, but it is a portion of whitewashing of American history that we could do without. Let's see, what else? Oh, yeah, who ran that study? David Hope. David Hope of the London School of Economics and Julian Lindbergh.
From Washington, D.C., I'm John Donvan, your host and
I
moderator.
literally shut you down and you restarted. I fucking hate your page, Bloomberg. So David Hope of the London School of Economics and Julian Lindbergh of King's College London ran a massive study of 50 years worth of tax cut policy. And what they found, now strap in, you may be surprised at this, is that tax cuts for the rich don't trickle down. I know. I personally was shocked too. This is being cited as a definitive study, though. Yeah, exactly. What? Economics is voodoo math. It's all bullshit. I call it the dark arts. It is a dark arts. It's not math. But yeah, it is being cited as a definitive study. So at least you can have like the study of 50 years worth of tax cuts for the rich, investigated by people who have credentials in this arena that you could just drop it on these fucking morons' doorstep and be like, here you go. I'm done talking about this. You just deal with this. I mean, there is benefit in that regard. Actually, hang on. There you go. Trickle down money is imaginary. Yeah, I know. You're cool boy, but trickle down economics not working. Wow, it's almost like even the fucking Pope has been calling bullshit on it for years. Yeah, I know, right? This is, like I said, strap in. It's definitely a shocking turn of events. We'll go with synthwave. I heard this asshat preacher in Tennessee say that he isn't going to get the vaccine due to a chip being put in it. And I'm sure he tweeted it out over his smartphone that's tracking him via GPS and localized network and reporting. Jesus Christ, people are fucking stupid. It's okay. He'll just be another headline that I talk about a preacher or pastor or priest that said God protects them from the virus and ends up dead a month later. I've covered 18 of those stories, maybe. Honestly, I've since the beginning of this, I don't even get joy out of it anymore. I used to revel in those stories. Honestly, hey, you're a dumb fuck. That's what you get. Just Darwinism writ large. Sorry. Now it's just a footnote. Like, oh, hey, another preacher who thought they were protected by Jesus or something from, the effects of COVID, dropped dead. Like, I'm sure I'll see whoever that preacher's name is come in a month or so, something like that. So, fuck it. Thoughts on post-leftism. I caught that, premarital. From an anarchistic point of view, you could pull it off. From any other position, it's going to be difficult. So if you're talking the anarchist community, there is sort of a post-left substrain of ideology, but traditionally, anarchism does align with a whole host of leftist ideologies. And if we attempt to do a post-left movement, all we're doing is strategically fracturing a group that needs bolstering at this time. I think the moral imperative that comes along with anarchism, Skeptic, is takes primacy in this sort of ideological situation. It's the same way I feel about utilizing electoralism or state or mechanics of the state in a sort of rules for radicals Alinsky-esque manner, is that fundamentally the moral imperative for anarchists lies with helping and not harming, and given that we're incapable at this time of creating a mutual aid or direct action network that would handle a handful of these topics, see healthcare for the people, we could spot treat, but we can't roll out a nationwide healthcare system at this point. So it behooves us to involve ourselves, and it means that we at least have an anarchist voice at the table to control some of that shit that we are so adamantly and vehemently against on the left. So I think there's a role for a post-left anarchistic ideology, sure, but not right now. I think, or at least let me just revise that and say not right now, but it isn't the thing that we should be demanding right now, right? There's stuff on the table that we should make demands for. This should be one of those soft causes, something that sits in the background and we can talk about, we can theorize about, but it shouldn't be on the agenda right now. Because I sincerely believe it would do more, it would require more political will than we have to expend as a community. Those some of my thoughts and feelings just off the top of my head. Do you think the markets and economy are new gods to sacrifice to? Yeah. Oh yeah, Catboy. Yeah. 100%. That's without a doubt. Ronnie Reagan waiting for heaven to trickle down to hell. God, I hope. Like, there are people that make me wish that the Abrahamic system is true and that there's a hell and all of that sorts of shit. It costs around $30,000 to get an actual detail team to track you and your stuff. Unless you think your secrets are worth more than $30,000, you're fine. No. What they actually say is that God sent COVID to purge the gays and the infidels from Earth, and then they died 12 days later. I changed the mod view and I get an ad. Great. That shouldn't happen. Hey, Brooke. Sorry, just seeing your message. What leftist ideology points do you think differ from anarchist ones? I mean, Jesus Christ. Look at all of the socialist to communist and everything in between. There's a whole host of hierarchical talking points that exist within that structure. I mean, Trotskyism itself, which is an outcropping of communism and Marxism by extension, it actively advocates for a vanguard political class. So, I mean, there's a whole host of ideologies or points within those ideologies that anarchism is directly opposed to. Oh, I'm glad, RV. I'm glad. Yeah, yeah. Here we go. The censored Trotsky and the censored Lenin. Yeah. Yeah, anarchism concerns itself more with equality and equity and hierarchical collapse and replacement or challenging of authority and power mechanisms. And there's a spectrum on the left. I mean, that's why you bolt on anarchism to these things, is to have a competing ideology to ensure that that doesn't get out of control. Cool. I'd be interested, since it's all techno meter, I'd be interested in that as well. Honestly, if you're not a Blanquist, if you're, are you even really a leftist? Anarcho-anarchism is the only way. Oops. Hold on. I wanna do a quick forced search. The anarcho cat. There's a Facebook group called Anarcho Anarchism that is for gun owners to connect and discuss the history and future of anarchistic gun culture and self-defense. Are you asking Arm, are you asking about what's playing in the background or about Mitre's stuff? Directly antithetical. Oh god. Thank you for bringing up a blast from the past. Anarcho cat girlism. Don't gender. Some of us want cat boys as well. So anarcho cat personism. Both. No, this is Harris Heller. Neon Renegade. Scroll back in chat a ways and you'll see the listing by Pretzel for it. But there you go, Arm. Oh, all right. Well, in that case, Dalek. Yes, I am Dead Mouse. Send me all of the money that Dead Mouse has. Fuck cat boys. They keep pissing on my couch. Post-structuralist anarcho-transhumanism with ethical anti-natalist characteristics. I don't really care about the anti-natalism, to be perfectly honest. That's an individual thing. Like, I never wanted kids. I'm gay. I never wanted kids. I don't want anything to do with kids. I don't like kids. I have no parental instincts whatsoever. Nature opted me out of that shit. So I'm fine with that. But I mean, if people want to bring a child into a world of suffering and bullshit, I suppose that's their prerogative. But love the rest of it. I'll run for president. My slogan will be, fuck them kids. So you're going on a Carlin platform, I see. It's okay. I get it. PETA is a cult. PETA's nuts. PETA's fucking nuts. Fucking bring it, animal people. Like, PETA is batshit insane. No, it just means you shouldn't have them. At least biologically. I'm fine if gay dudes want to adopt or lesbians want to adopt, but I do have this thing that nature, environment, whatever, opted for you not to reproduce. I feel it going against the natural order of things in a particular way, but ultimately, that's why I say I'm both gay and have no parental instincts, is that nature didn't want me to have kids, and I have no fucking... I don't want kids either. Like, you know, but if, you know, gay people want to adopt, by all means, fucking adopt. Like, there's plenty of unwanted people. Hell, if you don't want a kid, get an old person. There's plenty of fucking unwanted people out there that are, you know, need a home. Snatch one up. Take care of them. Love them. Do what you can. Oh, anyway, talking shit about PETA. Fuck PETA. They're batshit insane. Adopt a truck driver today. PETA's nuts. They're nuts. Kidnapping. They believe that animals are better off dead than being pets. And they have been caught numerous times snatching animals from people's yards and euthanizing them. They're batshit insane as an organization, and a lot of their individual members. Yeah, no, fuck PETA. Fuck that shit. Was Black Pill Doomer scrolling about the environment earlier, and I'm definitely pushing for antinatalism. Adopt motherfuckers and call it a day. That's fair, Cat. That's fair. All of these subsets of politics are both interesting, yet a little confusing. Some anarchists seem more libertarian. It's because libertarians fucking come from the same... There was a piece of cloth cut, and classical libertarianism comes from that piece of cloth. I often tell people, Angie, that anarchism flows through the Enlightenment. Classical liberalism and classical libertarianism flow out of the Enlightenment, right? So there is overlap in the Venn diagram, but what you recognize as sort of a neo-American neo-libertarianism or neoliberalism is long divorced from what the classical definitions of them are. But there are vestiges left over, and that recognition that you see is those leftover vestiges. But I assure you, we were here first. Yeah. But others fall in one of the liberal subgroups. Oh, that's what got you in trouble with whoever fucking Solaris, yeah. Don't use the term liberal in this context. Liberal and left wing are not interchangeable. No, they aren't. Not anymore. Unless you sub-specify neoliberalism and classical liberalism, because then once you start doing that sort of sub-specification, then people in the know know that you know what you're talking about, and you are attempting to make a differentiation. Because modern neoliberalism and classical liberalism are worlds apart in very important ways. Classical liberalism gets you closer to anarchism, whereas neoliberalism gets you close to Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer. Yeah. My mom by force, I tell you, it's always fuck them kids. Love you, Ace. You ever seen the classic 1999 film Johnny Tsunami starring Brandon Blake? Deep cut from Curio. By me, Trey, but it's Curio. Remember when they said the video game Animal Crossing is animal abuse? Oh my god. Dude, PETA's insane. Yes, I remember that, Brooke. PETA's fucking batshit insane. They really are. They never, Brandon Baker, man. It's not, I mean, you won't offend Angie, you'll just get people's ire up. No. Yeah, oh, yeah, okay. Versus, is leftist an okay term versus liberal? Yeah, that would probably be better in that context that you used above. Yeah, that would have been better. Crazy as cat shit, PETA. PETA does not love animals. No, they don't. Isn't the statistic that PETA euthanizes over like 2/3 of the animals they rescue? I don't know the statistic either, Primero, but they do. Yeah, it's a huge fucking number that they euthanize every year. And it's like, yeah. Hey, Memphis. Yeah, my neuropathy's fucking killing me right now. And neoliberalism gets you closer to fuck world. No, neoliberal is far. When you hear the term neoliberal, Angie, think Hillary Clinton, think Chuck Schumer, think Nancy Pelosi. Okay? This is what I want you to pop into your head when you hear the term neolib. Okay? That will give you your center line for neoliberalism. Paying lip service to helping people, simultaneously supporting all of the systems of oppression that are oppressing those people. This is what gets you to neoliberalism, right? So, yeah, just think Hillary Clinton, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, neoliberal, all right? If you want to think anarchist, think Emma Goldman, think Noam Chomsky, and think me. And yeah, I just put myself on that list. I'm not the first person. Fucking. Yeah. So, yeah, if you want your sort of to get your bearings when dealing with some of this terminology, because I know if you look up like neoliberalism or anarchism or these sorts of things, you're going to then encounter a lot of subset terms. And so a lot of those subset terms require like a philosophy, some level of understanding in philosophy, and then a deeper poli-sci understanding as well. So I understand it's a deep dive in the end. But yeah, if you want to know what a neolib looks like, it looks like Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer. Those are neolibs, classic neolibs, not classical liberals, but just classic examples of neoliberalism. Premarital, basically, neoliberalism, conservatism, but gay people can hold hands. Yeah, it's like that. It really is. Where would I put AOC? She's more. Do we put AOC under DemSoc or SocDem these days? I mean, she says some pretty based shit, so I think maybe SocDem, but. So do you feel we're not, so do you feel that we're not as we hear from politicians here? Oof, Arm, can you rewrite that one? Sorry, my man. Yeah, we're going with SocDem. All right. Premarital. For anyone to see an example, I'd suggest doing some brief research into how Democrats tried to outdo Republicans from the right wing in the early 1990s. Biden and Bill Clinton were at the vanguard of it. And hey, more vanguardism. Socialist Democrat or a democratic socialist. Yes, and an example of neoliberalism. Yeah. They are. It's neolibs are essentially, for all intents and purposes, they're conservatives, but they wrap themselves in a pride flag. They'll throw up the power fist and wrap themselves in a pride flag, and at the same time, they'll do everything that stabs you in the back. Did you say Biden is classic? No, I did not. Biden is not a classic liberal. Biden is a neolib. 100%. He even, you could even go so far as to say he's just a social and fiscal conservative that's a little left of the current social and fiscal conservatives of society. I mean, classically speaking, you definitely could qualify him in the top right corner of a compass. So there is an argument to be made that he wouldn't even qualify as a neolib, that he might just be a conservative. But given the Overton window shift in our society, he appears to not be. Because I know if you dropped Biden in just about any other European nation, yeah. Gracchus, neolibs, dictatorship of the market with person of color characteristics. Yes, more trans drone pilots. Yeah, that shit. Sorry on my Xbox. Do we have as much freedom as... No, of course not. We have the most imprisoned people on the face of the planet, per capita or raw number. This is the least free nation on the planet. Just by that statistic alone. No, Especially when you compare us to places like New Zealand and Australia and the UK and fucking Germany and Italy and Spain and even in current lockdown in Germany. I mean, Jesus Christ, the shit that this government gets away with. So, you know, hyperbolically, we're the least free. We're not the least free, but we're definitely not top of the list. We're not top 10 even. Yes, nonsense. We talked about it earlier, and we already have a lexicon built out. It's on shared content on the Discord server if you want to get on board with the revised linguistics. We're using the euphemism treadmill. We're just going to change the insult. So, incel becomes Excel. Simp becomes Bart. Virgins becomes olive oil or EVOO or olive for short. Yeah, we're just changing them up. Like, that's, fuck it. Yes, we talked about that one a few, like, weeks ago or 2 weeks, whenever that fucking rolled out. And I agree, Rye. I do. It's basic. Yeah. Nonsense, because you're not really ingrained or embedded in the culture of Twitch, the gaming culture of Twitch, because Twitch is a gaming service, right? Gamers TM, trademark, Gamers TM is this sort of hardcore gamer subset of everybody who plays video games. These are the people you hear complaining about people of color and trans people and female protagonists in their games and how you're making our games political and shit like that. They're the ones who most often get called incel, virgin, and simp. They make up a significant portion of Twitch's user base. And so, there you go. Now let me scroll back a little ways. Wait, RV and Mitre got a thing going. Paul Keating, Labor Party too. Yeah. China has literal Muslim concentration camps and they still can't outdo America's for-profit prison system. It's true. It's true. Like, these are real fucking numbers. Like, even with their concentration camps in China, they don't even come close to our numbers. It's ridiculous. Fair enough, nonsense. But users can but users can criticize their platform. It's not a one-way street. And hey, fucking, we do it all the time. I turned simp into a positive where I always say I'm simping for puppies. We just turned it into Bart. Bart Simpson. Bart. Simple as that. How late am I on? I don't have a set time. Sometimes I'll check out early. Sometimes I'll go, I'm in for a long haul, depending on the community, how the community feels and the conversation flow. But I mean, I can give you a rough estimate of what, let me check my time here. Maybe a couple more hours, you know, maybe an hour minimum. But yeah, I'll be on for a while, Arm. All right. Look around. Let's see. So we talked about the 649 kilos of cocaine. All right, Joe. Catch you later. Sleep well. I'm excited for Biden. I don't care. Yeah, 2 to 3 hours is always a solid guess. It's premarital. I did see Mitch bitched out. I'm excited for Biden. I don't care. Trump had to kick fucking rocks. I agree. Anything we're headed for is in much better hands now. You know, let's not say much better hands. Less worse. Cool boy. Can we go with less worse? Can we compromise on less worse? not going to be earth-shattering, but Biden will not be bowing to North Korean generals or I mean, no. Fair enough on that last point. Cool boy. I don't know what that's about. I got shit for people who are really overboard with social justice by criticizing her hiring, calling her credentials subpar, and thinking tokenism for the company than anything else. Yeah, if you want to send me like a brief or, you know, some sort of page that has some sort of thing, some description, some synopsis of what you're talking about, Rye, I'll give it a quick scan and give you an opinion at first glance. Much less worsely. There we go. And we see, compromise. This is what anarchists are really good at, and this is why that brand of Puritanism that some anarchists have. Fucking, it's like, oh, for God's sake, you've never gotten anything you want. Have to get a couple of games of COD in. I'll get back on. My wife's still at work. She likes your show. Oh, thank you. Thank you for like that. That's an interesting concept. Couples sitting down and watching me together. That's a new one. But say hi to your wife and enjoy your murder simulator, you heathen. Have a good one, man. Hopefully see you when you get back. Bitch McConnell. Yep, Moscow Mitch. Yeah, I have a game in progress. I don't even know if I'm gonna finish the storyline. I kind of want to see the Game of the Year edition. I want to see the finished product. Because, yeah, it's broken. It's broken. It's not finished. You can tell in multitude of ways. They pushed it out the door because the community was clamoring for it. And I want to see the finished product. Joe Biden got elected, then Cyberpunk sucks. Connect the dots. It doesn't suck. It's just mediocre. The world is beautiful. It's dead. The NPC AI is terrible. It's honestly. All right, so it's a bit of a mess. They hired someone with barely any qualifications for PR communications, and she was a spirit animal, queer deer, floundering a deer-like apparatus like tail, ears, and Twitch hired her for representation. It caused quite a bit of stir. Hang on. All right, I'll pull this link open. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's all right. Exactly right. It's all right. It's mediocre. It's good-ish. Give me 1 sec. I'm just going to look through this. Oh my God. Dude, Rye, if half of this is true. No, scroll up a little, nonsense, and you can see the link that Rye posted. Yeah, that's not helping. That's not helping. Rye. Yeah, that's not helping. That's Yeah, like I said, if half of that is true. Prolet, I'm so disappointed with Cyberpunk, but I bet after some patches and content it'll be good as Skyrim. I'm not 100% sure that the patches are gonna... The AI for the NPCs is not gonna be patched out. It may be tweaked, it may be slightly improved, but I don't see them fixing that entirely. And the AI for the NPCs is terrible. They needed a Red Dead Redemption 2 level interaction. Dude, I want to go walk up and have a random conversation with somebody. I want to have a conversation with vendors at the stalls and stuff like that. Yeah, it's worse than GTA 3. Honestly, it's yeah. I mean, it's not like the other streamers. They added to the Inner Circle community bullshit alongside. Do you have any community management expertise? Fair enough. For anyone in the States, thoughts on it's going down.org. Oh, they do decent work. RV. Yeah, it's going down, does decent work. They have for years and years and years. So, yeah, I can get behind that. If you want an opinion on it's going down, I can give a thumbs up there. And if you guys don't know about the Anarchist Library, you should. There you go. There's the link. It is far more than just anarchists, but it is a ton of material. If you're searching for something, start there. Oh. Oh, fuck. My entire body is fucking being affected by my neuropathy. I can feel burning and tingling the whole body over right now. Who was here when I did the book ordering? When y'all motherfuckers baited me into buying some books. Is any of y'all around for that stream? I know that was like a nighttime stream, I think. I think it was like 11:30. But do I have any crossover on that one? Who was here for that shit? Oh, good. Glad you found out. RV, you're on the Discord server, right? Are you, I mean... Because if you are on the Discord server, RV, I need to issue you a library card. If you're not, then I don't know why you aren't by now. What's your, let's see. First, let me update Discord because fucking Discord wants updated. Yes, nonsense, it does. You're grandfathered in probably with an OG account. You don't, it doesn't even affect you. Yeah, okay, there's RV. Oh, no, RV has one. RV's already been issued a library card. Yep, I see it. Cool. All right. All right. So let's do this. So, one of the books that we ordered on that stream arrived. So this is we were looking for children's books. Like the topic came up premarital, do you know it? Hang on. Just give me one sec. Give me one sec here. Premarital is Cabra. Rolls. Done. Premarital. You should see new channels.
Oh, how dare they? They put a sticker on my book. I will murder people. I will murder. I hate that shit. Hang on, give me 1 sec. This is a thing for me. This is a thing. Like, I mean, you just bear with me. I'm usually pretty good at getting this shit off, though. Fucking assholes. All right. Laura, do you want book recommendations? Do you want online resources, or do you just want me to explain some base topics? I'll walk you through any or all of those. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we one night we goaded Kai into buying some books because I have a problem. This is the first one that came. And is this the one that you found, Ace? Because it is really interesting. It tells the tale of a series of animals that didn't want to participate in this particular system, and they set up a squat in a old sugar factory. And it's, you know, it's a kid's book. It really is. But it shows actual leftist praxis of direct action and squatting in unused industrial facilities. And it sort of explains what to do and how they live their lives and how the system cracks down on them for it. It is an interesting little book. They even provide you this way. A little space to do your own graffiti in the book. Final page. It is a nifty little book. It really is. I like that it's added to my collection. I mean, if you guys want me to, or one of these days, I can read this book and we can go through it on stream, because it's not that large. It is a very quick read. Thumb scraper, duly noted. Though I bet I could build one with my 3D printer. Oh, I can make that. Yeah. I'll steal that idea, though. Thank you, Angie. I'll steal that idea. Every children's book should have a graffiti area. Yes. If you want a book, if you explain a little bit, I would appreciate it. All right, cool. Let's start with the basics. Anarchism. What is it? Let's boil it all the way down. Let's condense it for you. Let's get rid of all of the fluff. All right? Anarchism is this wide river with many contributing streams and tributaries. Say it along with me, Ace. Ace, you should be reciting it out loud right now. It's a wide river with many streams and tributaries that contribute to it. But at its core, in my opinion, what anarchism is about is a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into what's called a heterarchy, or a horizontal organizational structure, and a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms throughout society, and a dismantling and replacement of them where they do not meet that challenge. Now, in the words of Emma Goldman, a very infamous female activist, an anarchist in her own right, one of the baddest ass anarchists that exist, quite frankly. There is no perfect expression of anarchism, because it isn't a single dogmatic philosophy. It's a network of ideas, and we much prefer it that way. So this is your core, right? This is what anarchism is about most of the time. It's about analyzing these unjust hierarchies and collapsing them down. Now, don't take collapsing down to be destructive necessarily. Anarchists are not about chaos. They're about order. It's often said within leftist circles, anarchy equals order, not chaos. Big on society, big on organizational structures, big on mutual aid, big on solidarity networks, these sorts of things. What we're against is unjust authority. We're against unjustified hierarchies. So anarchy at its core, what it means at its very root of Greek, an and archos are your two root words. An means without, and archos means rulers. So at its core, just derived from its bare etymological definition, anarchy means no rulers, no gods, no masters, no kings, right? It's about a removal of that element of society. Now, there's many opinions within the anarchist community on many things. See Emma Goldman's Network of Ideas quote. So there are subsets, and anarchism can be bolted on to all sorts of things to create new things. Anarcho-communism is one you'll see thrown around a lot, or ANCOM, ANSOC, anarcho-socialism, anarcho-syndicalism, anarcho-primitivism, which they're insane. There's a whole host of these. The one that I will inform you the most about is you may see anarcho-capitalist. These guys are not anarchists. They are their own thing, attempting to provide themselves an inorganic bad faith cover. There is no way to rectify capitalism with anarchism. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical, it is inherently authoritarian, and it is inherently exploitative. You cannot rectify that with anarchism. It is the antithesis of anarchism. So, know that going forward. Now, having said all of that, as RV pointed out, if you want to learn more, and in the words of Radical Links, the only ANCAP is anti-capitalism. If you want to learn more, I really do recommend On Anarchism by Noam Chomsky, right? Lots of fucking hardliners and Puritans within the anarchist community are going to take exception with this recommendation, but dipping your toe in the water, there is no other book. It's small, it's accessible, you can find it for free all over online if you want to read more. If you want to know a lot more, then I have a recommendation for that as well. But that, Laura, is your primer. If you have any further questions, by all means, ask away, and I will answer them, or the community will answer them. No, generally not. Just due to the weird Venn diagram overlap. I mean, it depends if we're talking neo-libertarianism or classical libertarianism. If you're talking classical libertarianism, Angie, classical libertarianism, abroad and historically, if you said libertarian, it was synonymous with anarchism. No. I didn't say no rules. I did not say no rules. Specifically, I called that out. It isn't about a lack of organization. It isn't about a lack of structure. It's rulers, not rules. Don't think for a second anarchists are about chaos. We aren't. And yeah, I like that. Anarcho-capitalism is just feudalism. So yeah, historically and internationally, Angie, if you used libertarian, you were using a synonym of anarchism for many, many years. There was 90% overlap in the Venn diagram, as it were. Now, in a modern American context, libertarian has taken on a new tone. And so we differentiate it with neo-libertarian, but the libertarians of today don't differentiate it with that. Just like the liberals of today don't call themselves neolibs, but a political scientist would. because there is a differentiation to be made between modern liberalism and modern libertarianism, especially in an American aspect, compared to classical libertarianism and classical liberalism. And so this is why we have neo-libertarian. So would there be anarcho-libertarianism? No, there wouldn't. Not within the American context specifically. Anarcho-conservatism wouldn't be a thing. It just wouldn't be a thing. We have competing viewpoints. It would be very difficult to rectify that set. No, I don't think you could do it. I mean, you could probably make a good faith try, but I don't think you could do it. I really don't. Banana peppers taste like tear gas. No rulers, no castes, no ladders, says Premarital. Exactly. And yeah, anarcho-primitivism. Chowder, we killed off the fucking megafauna. Anarcho-primitivists in general, which is, by the way, primitivist is one of the most fun words to say, by the way. If you get it loaded in your mouth, you get the tip of your tongue locked back. Primitivist. It's a really fun word to say, actually. Anarcho-primitivists are crazy. They're crazy. Having dealt with a few over the years, having known a few, they're crazy. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. All right. Where's my? There it is. Prolet, they are a joke. Just don't tell them that. They're fucking nuts. Wooden wheelchairs, yes. They're genocidal maniacs. That's what they are. Is they're genocidal maniacs. They would kill millions. Yeah, no, it's not Prolet. Like, they actually exist. They're a real sub-contingent, and the ideology they actively advocate for would kill millions, tens of millions, possibly hundreds of millions. They're genocidal maniacs. Yeah. Yeah. Wheelchairs are gone. That's the joke, the wooden wheelchair thing. Because of the mining and industry you would need to produce the metal for wheelchairs are gone. I mean, this is the degree some of these people end up in, is that modern medicine is gone under the auspices of a hardline anarcho-prim, and prim. Yeah. It's a completely untenable ideology as far as modernity goes, unless you just want to reset everything, like Return to Monkey sort of shit, like that fucking meme. Like that's what they actively advocate for. It's batshit insane, and like I said, yeah, it would result in the deaths of untold amounts of people. That's not what Antifa wants either. Antifa is about opposing fascism, no matter what, by any means necessary. Oh, John Zerzan is the dictator of Pangaea. Time to do so, and Prims can have their world. Ooh. Yeah. John Zerzan is time to die, so Ann Prims can have the world. He's a primitivist a primitivist eco-philosopher, I believe is the title that he uses. It's fuck it. American anarchist and primitivist eco-philosopher. There you go. Oh, I know. Premarital. I know. Yeah, except they're not against. They don't have anything to do with it. Like, that's the thing, is they don't have. It isn't a part of their ideology to avoid that. It's an anarchist. And even then, there's overlap because Black Bloc usually is a contingent therein. Let me tell you the story, Angie, of the North American or American, the United States history of just a short encapsulation of what progress looks like. Sorry, regulars. 1880 to the 1920s, labor movement. Largely communist, socialist, and anarchist drive this movement. Tons of damage, tons of injuries and deaths. The destruction to the factories, to private property, was extensive. Direct action used any means necessary in many instances. But you know what? It got kids out of mines. It got the meat factories and meat packing plants to stop being that Upton Sinclair-esque nightmare. We got working safety standards. Got a 5-day work week. Got a 40-hour work week. Got shit out of this, right? Got women into the workplace. Suffragette movement. Public whipping of politicians. Burning of factories. Shutdowns of factories. Destruction of private property in the form of stock and industrial materials, raw resources and materials. Civil rights movement. Burnings of buildings. Private property destroyed. Shutdowns of businesses. Disruption of society. LGBT movement literally starts off with a riot. Destruction of private property. Assault of police. It's called the Stonewall Riot. This kicks off the LGBT rights movement. Historically and contemporarily, progress looks like a Target burning. Do I advocate for it actively? No. Do I provide you the historical and contemporary context you need to understand these issues? Yes. This is what it's always looked like. And it dates all the way back, prior to this country. But it dates all the way to the beginning, the very founding of this country. The Boston Tea Party is but one of 10 different incidents that spanned up and down the East Coast that directly involved destruction of private property, warehouses being ransacked, and shutdowns of businesses. You think the Revolutionary War didn't disrupt private commerce? You think people's assets weren't seized and burned on behalf of, in the name of? Our founding fathers were domestic terrorists and traitors to the crown. This is just what it looks like. Always has, always will. When the system refuses to hear the lamentations of the oppressed use the only language they have left. There you go. Oh, because they didn't do that already. Oh, fuck you and your 88. I'm not engaging with somebody with that. Well, Angie, then you should understand there's no way to crack those eggs and make the omelet without the other stuff. It's just the nature of it. I wish there was another way. I truly do. But there isn't. It's the way it's always been. Any historian can tell you this. I mean, any good Bostonian, such as yourself, knows this. It's taught. New Englanders especially get a deep... I'm from Vermont originally, Angie. New Englanders definitely get a deep history lesson on this sort of stuff. Just the way it is. So, there's the context. And as for what the dog-whistling neo-Nazi prolet... No, it does. There's a heavy contingent of anarchists in Vermont. And given, you know, how our outlook on many things... No, it was formative. You don't have to joke on that one. It makes sense that I'm a Vermonter by birth. It formed many of my views. That in combination with my mom... and technology, the internet, punk, and rave scenes basically made me who I am. Yeah. But as for the dog whistling racist neo-Nazi 88 fucking dog whistle bullshit user, saying that, you know, doing that gets your capitalist masters to ship jobs overseas as if they weren't already doing that. Such a bad faith argument that, you know, well, voting for Biden makes the fucking factory owners ship more jobs to China. Yeah, because that started under Biden. That's a recent development. I don't know what to do with these morons some days. Oh, we got something over on shared content. Oh, Jesus. All right. I don't think I saw that person again. Laura, if you're still there and you have any more questions, I somewhat recently moved to the New Hampshire border because Massachusetts is awesome, but it has a few issues. What's interesting for you to move from the East Coast to the Pacific Northwest? No. I'm in Las Vegas, Angie. I've lived all over this country. Where I've ended up is Las Vegas. I'd like to get back home, but it's not in the cards right now. Yeah, but I'm a Vermont boy. I'm a mountain boy. Hey, Jack. I was a few minutes from Mount Snow. If you want a sort of general location where I was. 30. As much as I believe no, it should never be. And agreed. Take me home, country roads. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. Pretty much. Yeah, exactly. I look, I'm not telling you your form of praxis. I'm not telling you what form of direct action to take. It's not why I exist. I'm here to provide you historical and contemporary context for these actions, and to put it in to frame it in a way that is easily understood, that this is not a new phenomenon, nor will it be the only time that phenomenon occurs. So, Jesus, it's the lowest the fucking viewer count's been in weeks. Hump day, I suppose, right? I was thinking about changing over to just chatting and seeing what happens. Hey, Smuggler's Notch. All right. Bo the Fifth Column. Does good work. I like Bo. He's a good old boy. Did a good video. Has a good video on how the police escalated the violence and acted against all protocol when dealing with an insurgency. Fair enough. I didn't know you're in LA. Not in LA. Las Vegas. Last time I checked, we didn't relocate Vegas to LA. I've been working on recreating a. Although, you know, it probably changed LV to LA automatically on you, knowing autocorrect. Funny because I've been working. Yeah, typo. All right, it's just right. There you go. I've been working on recreating a scaled replica landmass of the NNSS area for a level design practice. Interesting. For those of you, the test site, the NNSS is the Nevada Nuclear something or other. It's security site? Nevada National Security Site? Yeah. Nevada National Security Site, I believe. Either way, it's the nuclear test site that you hear about all the time. Yeah, that's the NNSS. Rock on, Jack. Congratulations. No angels in the city of sin. Actually, we have one of the highest concentrations of Mormons outside of Salt Lake City. The mob brought them here back in the day to run books because they felt they could be trusted since they didn't drink, they didn't smoke, they didn't gamble. Let's see. Nevada National Security Site. Yep. All right. Yeah, that's where we detonated I don't even know how many fucking nuclear bombs. Dozens. I'll look it up. SLC Park. 536 demonstrations. Jesus Christ. We have an atomic testing museum here in Vegas. Actually, you can visit if you want to see how absolutely insane it was. They've got a decommissioned Fat Boy in there as well. So you know the core is gone, the explosive armament is gone, but the shell is there. Impact sites on Google Maps are freaking everywhere. Of course they are. Of course they are. Satellite. Yep. Yeah, it's lots of cancer has come out of that place. On a windy day, this phrase will wander through my mind. Wind-borne, dust-bound radionucleotides. There's a lot of nuclear material that was spread around this area of the world. Dragon. Catchy. Premarital. It might as well be. It might as well be. All right. All right. I want to see something. Hang on. All right. Let's do that. Jesus Christ. $27 doing a push to partner. I should start putting that in my fucking... See, that's what I need. I need to get the average up for viewer count. And then we could have a limited, but we could have tons of emotes. We can have like 30 emotes. People want them. Premarital, I don't know where they are. I know, like, yeah, I was just looking to see who else is on. $27 is doing push to partner, but not with those numbers. They're not going to hit it. Riverboat Jack is talking about the study, the trickle down economics study. Populist Left is doing economics to user guide read through. Round Midnight seems to be having a chat with left flank vets. But then there's yeah. So yeah, I don't know. They've taken a night off, as it were. And it seems that probably $27 is vacuuming up a fair amount, based on their push for partner. Yeah, S&P. Where's 4chan when you need? You mean the infamous hacker 4chan? Yes. I kind of... You know what? Ace, if you're still around, we're going to read the book. Let's do the book. Fuck it. Let's read a children's book on air. Why not? Fucking... I want to do this. Yeah, we did have one fucking neo-Nazi earlier who immediately started in with shit. Fucking the 88 and all sorts of bullshit. So this is Animal Squat, The Adventures of the Wild Things, written and illustrated by a pseudonym, Double Y. I'll show you the pictures on every page as we go through, because it's a children's illustrated book. And here's the inside of the cover. Those are wire snips. Okay. And then when you get to the non-title page, what you find is this little rat clipping the lock, busting their friends out. Once upon a time, there was a bunch of wild and peculiar animals. For one reason or another, they had all run away from their owners and had decided they would no longer accept anybody's rules or the idea of ownership itself. They no longer had any masters and were determined that they would never again. The wild creatures were free now, but they still needed a home. One night, while romping about, they spotted an abandoned sugar factory. They jumped the fence, forced the lock of the back door with a crowbar, and got in. They declared the sugar factory their new den. Despite what their former masters thought, these wild creatures had some sense about them. So first of all, they barricaded the doors. A barricade is a way to protect an entrance or passage by using scrap materials and rotten things. I told you, this is straight praxis. Like, this is direct action praxis. They created complicated and secret maneuvers to open and close the entrance. Friends and random creatures were always welcome, but masters and warders beware. So, I'll show you that picture again now that you know the context. It's the sugar factory building layout. We'll go back to it. The building was big enough for everyone to have their own room, and there was a big common space where they sat to eat and organize events. Living in such a building meant every day was a day for exploring and discovering. It was fun to find new uses for old objects that had been left to the dust. I'll hold that for a bit, because there's a fair amount to look at there. The crew was made up of different kinds of animals. One was an artist and drag queen. Another was a one-legged book fanatic. One was an anarchist computer hacker. One was a transsexual eco-activist. Another was a full-time feminist, part-time model. There were more who joined in, while some of them left to travel. They didn't necessarily have much in common, except for not letting each other feel ashamed or afraid of being what they wanted to be. By the way, this is solid cardstock. Nobody in the crew had an owner anymore, and they didn't make any money. But the amount of food that was thrown away every day by the supermarkets all over the city was more than enough to satisfy even the wildest of appetites. They would cycle around to find food that was recently thrown out, which wasn't even past the sell-by date, and still sealed in its plastic wrappings. Otherwise, it would have just been wasted. Nice shout out to Tescum. Surprise! The night of the most marvelous sparkling party arrived. Howling music could be heard from miles and miles around the sugar factory. Wild creatures from all over the land attended, each one bringing their own sound. Thunder, rainbows, glitter, and cotton candy were everywhere. Even the narrator got caught in the party's whirlwind and stopped writing to enjoy the cabaret. Maybe a neighbor didn't appreciate the music. Maybe a neighbor didn't appreciate the music. Maybe some stuck-up resident didn't approve of the smell that, for a while now, was coming from the sugar factory. The wild creatures never figured out why, but they found themselves in front of a strange creature they had never seen before. Except for a red nose, it looked like a clown, yet it wasn't really funny at all. It called itself a judge and made the wild things call it Your Honor, while it was pointing a long, skinny white finger at them. Thank you for the follow, Angie. Not much time passed before the police and bailiffs came to protect the property of the owner, even though the owner had abandoned it. Curio, it's a children's book that teaches praxis. What an unpleasant scene. They kicked the wild things out of the place that they had made into their home. There's a dual panel, so we'll pull it back a ways and then I'll... Let's see the eviction notice. All the work they had done to make the factory a warm, livable place was lost, and all the creatures' stuff was scattered on the sidewalks. There wasn't much that they could say or do about this injustice. Still, Violet the Fox found a way to get her point across. They were in the street once again, paying the price of freedom with the discomfort of instability. But wild things don't give up, and there are so many empty buildings in this city. So here they go again, scouting for a new building to crack and transform into their home. Don't they ever get tired? Indeed they do. But they prefer this kind of tiredness to the one that comes from working all day to make someone else's wealth grow. They don't even care about wealth at all. All they want to do is to take the time and space to be what they are, wild things. And then the graffiti page. And then the empty cage. Animal Squat by Double Y. You can pick it up. We found it for about $13, not including shipping and or tax if it relates to you. But there's gonna be another one coming. I forget what the other book was. But we got that night. Let me check what, let's see, that one, the other one would be coming Firestorm. That one was Burning Books. Shout out to Burning Books. Oh, the other one that's coming is A Rule is to Break, A Child's Guide to Anarchy. So we'll go over that one as well, on air. Yeah. I think you'd be good with children. My first job was the Boys and Girls Clubs. I was a regional director of technology for the Colorado River Boys and Girls Clubs. Yeah, I have dealt with children. I don't like them, but I can be good with them. I can be good with children, can totally see you reading cool books to kids to knock the fuck out of someone when we teach them praxis. Yeah, so I think the other one comes tomorrow. So we can go over that one on tomorrow's stream. A Rule is to Break, A Child's Guide to Anarchy. How many pages is this fucking thing? Doesn't say. So we'll see. But yeah, no, we were talking one night, and we were talking that there needs to be more anarchistic children's books. And we went looking and found a couple. And me being the obsessive book collector that I am, couldn't resist. No, it's past, Angie. I don't tell people when it is, but my birthday month is October. So yeah, it has passed.
Yeah, you got basically 10 more months till that shit rolls around again. But yeah, so... Oh. Good screen grab, Ace. Good screen grab. It's a solid screenshot. Happy past womb coming out day. He looked like a Libra asthma. I do have that sense of equality thing going on, right? I'm obsessed with equality and equity. Definitely a Libra trait. Oh, what's he doing right now? Yeah, I was reading a children's book on leftist praxis, Mitre, that I picked up. We found on a stream one night, and I purchased. And it literally, it is a children's book about setting up squats and fighting the system. It really is. And it's short, it's concise, it's well drawn, it's well illustrated, it's well written. It is a proper children's book. But it is most assuredly leftist praxis. If you want to get a copy for your library, Mitre, that's what it is. It's Animal Squat: The Adventures of Wild Things by some pseudonym called Double Y. So, yeah, for all you parents out there, let me try and find where we purchased it. I got it from Burning Books, right? Yeah. In America, if you're in America, there's Burning Books. You can pick it up for like $13, not including shipping. And then, like I said, we'll go over the other children's book I grabbed. A Rule Is to Break, a children's guide, a kid's guide to anarchy. We'll go over that one probably tomorrow. That'll provide some on-air content for the Thursday show, the nighttime stream. And we'll see how that one holds up. I think it's thicker. I think it's a lot bigger. Like, that one is definitely like elementary school aged book. I think the A Rule Is to Break is for maybe slightly older. So it may be a bigger book. But we'll see how it holds up. Because yeah, we need more leftist children literature. We need that sort of stuff. Because I find most often what people have problems with is that they lack the vision, and it's because they lack the understanding that would have come with an earlier education in these sorts of things. Children's minds can imagine those sorts of things to a greater degree than adults can. So, yeah. Let me check where that shipment is. I'm pretty sure it arrives tomorrow. Firestorm order says on time by tomorrow. 17th? Yeah. Cool. So, we can look into that. Exactly, RV. But what a nifty little book to add to the collection. That is an adorable screen grab, Ace. It really is. That little fox. Need to move that up. Oh, all right. Let me look at my headline list here and see if anything happened that I need to know about. Oh yeah, Kat posted that as well.
Global rich must cut their carbon footprint 97% to stave off climate change, UN says. So all those of you that are concerned about the climatological collapse and anthropogenic climatological effects and that sort of thing, and you're cutting your footprint, you're like, oh, I don't eat this and I do this and I do X, Y, and Z and I don't do A, B, and C, that sort of thing. You don't really matter. You really don't. I hate to break it to you. Like, I hate to burst your bubble. You're doing it mostly for ego. That's just the truth of the matter. In a world where Betsy DeVos owns 10 mega yachts, your carbon footprint doesn't really factor in. As long as, ExxonMobil is operating the way they do, as long as Lockheed Martin operates the way they do, as long as Raytheon operates the way they do, as long as the U.S. military operates the way they do, you biking to work doesn't really factor into the equation very much. It's just the sad truth of the matter. It's more systemic change we need to deal with. And to that regard, that's the more difficult of the fight. Convincing the public to eat grubs or crickets instead of cattle or even chicken instead of beef, is easy compared to what we actually need to do. We need to dismantle the upper echelon of the wealthy, and we need to stand down the military-industrial complex, and we need to hamstring the corporatocracy that runs this shit. That's the truth of the matter. What is it? The top 7? Hold on. I want this statistic. The top 16 biggest ships in the world produce as much pollution as literally all of the other all of the automobiles in the world, right? It's that simple. These massive shipping vessels that we utilize, you can't even begin to fathom the amount of pollution they put out. They're epically large. And I mean, this isn't even talking about the military and the Navy and Air Force, aircraft carriers and that sort of thing. Interestingly enough, they actually have a smaller footprint usually due to the nuclear power plant on them. But yeah, the 16 biggest ships in the world produce the same amount of, produce actually more pollution than all of the cars in the world. So, I mean, that's the sad truth of the matter. You giving up your car to bike to work, it's an honorable thing, and it'll get you good exercise. By the way, you're acting as a filter for the automobile exhaust in your city. There is evidence and studies that have been put forward to show the damage that urban bikers, bicyclists occur with that behavior. Yeah, it occurs with that behavior. Incur, that's the word I wanted to go for. Yeah, not to be a little too doomerish for you, but it is the truth of the matter as far as climatological stuff goes. Environmentalism is something that's always been close to my heart. It's one of those Vermonter things that just gets instilled into us from very young. Act 250, no smokestacks, no billboards. No, Despawned, I am not anti-nuclear. No, that's something, modern nuclear iterations is something like, I think the environmentalist movement is hamstrung by old timers who remember the 1960s and 1970s era of nuclear power plant experience, and they're a little traumatized by it. I think a modern iteration is a whole other ball game. And I mean, you could look at the nuclear class subs and the nuclear class aircraft carriers for evidence on the safety record of these, modern devices. Nuclear needs to be a part of the picture. It does. It has to be a part of the discussion. Solar and wind, yes, 100%, yes. But nuclear has to be there to fill in the gaps. And it is ecologically the most friendly. Megajoules per tonnage. Do I have? Hang on. I have something for this. This is kicking around somewhere in my head. Yes. I have this. Okay, so the megajoules per kilogram for coal are 24, for gasoline are 46, and for uranium are 76 million. All right? In a world where, coal gets you 24 megajoules per kilogram and uranium gets you 76 million. Even if you factor in mining and radioactivity, which, by the way, coal releases more radioactivity than nuclear does. Inside a nuclear power plant, there's less background radiation than outside the nuclear power plant due to all of the shielding they have. It has to be a part of the conversation. Nuclear. Consider the following: nuclear energy, but we don't throw radioactive waste into lakes. Let's see. Hey, 6 foot. The company I was partnered with on my last project were trying to reduce drag and biofouling on ships to reduce fuel consumption. But then last time I was talking to them, they were casually like, yeah, we can increase drone range and payload as well. I was like, fuck. I share your attitude and assume the information, but I feel like promoting the insignificance of our individual impact on anything that needs a systemic change will only make it less likely, and it's already unlikely to begin with. I can understand that, moshing, but I think that in a world where corporate PR departments offload the responsibility onto the public, see their reuse, recycle, fucking mantra, and the like tearful Indian who is actually an Italian guy, reduce, reuse, recycle, there we go, and the tearful Indian who is actually an Italian guy, and the all of the recycling movements that were born out of the 80s and that sort of stuff, that was all PR, that was all big industry PR departments who were attempting to shift the responsibility onto the individual consumer rather than the industry itself. So I think there exists a common middle ground, where we can talk about realistically how little impact the individual consumer actually has when compared against these industries themselves. Yes, we could probably talk about, we consume from them, but realistically, how many of us are trapped in a cycle, in a system that requires us to use them to one extent or another, that sort of thing. So there has to be industry responsibility discussed, and starting it is, things like, 16 of the ships, 16 of the largest ships are contributing more pollution to the environment than all of the vehicles in the world. Like, how about we deal with those ships? What's the deal there? Can we reform or can we rework that technology? Is there an alternative? Is there any way to even get a percentage off of that? I mean, these are the conversations to be had, and people need to be able to contextualize it as to understanding the scope and scale of the problem. It's not just because you had a hamburger on Tuesday. Reminds me of the people that go, you can't shame me for my 24 karat gold blood jewelry because your phone has 0.6 grams of gold. Basically think not small, but big picture. Yes, exactly, RV. My dad likes to tell me almost every time he sees me that if you use a cell phone and talk about eco-friendly, you're being a hypocrite, which is something that just doesn't make sense to me, but apparently it makes sense to the people in the Trump cult. Dude, Brooke, you should know by now. The Trump cult crew is a whole fucking, hey, Goldberg, what's up? We could practically put the environment discussion to rest with further adoption of nuclear resources. France gets like 70 from it. Yeah, France doesn't have a great track record though of dealing with their spent fuel rods. Was it the 80s? When were they dumping offshore? They've since knocked that shit off, I think. But France has a really sketchy track record with that. Yes, you passed, Angie. You passed. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to have that conversation. Oh, Goldberg, you won't. This species is going to continue to use more and more energy. It's very much like hard drive space on your computer. You're like, oh, I could never use this much. I have a terabyte. You will fill that terabyte. Energy consumption is the same for our species. And so, yeah, we will use whatever we have. And we will use more. I mean, maybe because I'm a technologist and, a transhumanist from way back, I think that we technologized our way into this problem. I think the only way out is to technologize our way out of this problem, because the fundamental nature of human beings is of a sort that, I mean, you can have a conversation like a primitivist and say, like, we should undo all of this and we should roll the clock back, but it's not a realistic conversation to have. Yeah, that's not going to happen either. Well, no, you have Javan's paradox a little backwards from I'll look it up. But, I mean, isn't it fundamentally, it's not the cheaper energy gets the... sorry. Sorry. I read your statement wrong. Yeah. Economics of scale decreases price of energy. Decreasing price of energy increases the rate of usage. Oh, you're one of those, Goldberg. Okay, I see. You're full on. You've got a little bit of primitivist in you, huh? Despawned. Is there talk about me that I need to know about? Anyway. Probably the same reason people drink all those Red Bulls. Hey, Murder. What's up, man? You ever read the story where they get up to the point of building a Dyson sphere and they're like, that's it, we've got all the energy we've ever need, lads? And then like 50 years later, they're measuring their energy consumption in star power. Exactly, 6-foot. There's no rolling this back. I without catastrophic results. Preach, moshing. I, for one, welcome our AI overlords. You can... I've seen that term before. Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, okay, yeah. Rewilding is just conservation biology. It's not going to address our energy consumption. Well, given all the porn that we've given them access to premarital, they'll have a wide variety. They'll understand the plethora of predilections that human beings have, I'm sure. You're a primitivist. You are. You've got primitivism in you. It's never gonna work. It's never gonna work, my friend. There's probably numbers on that. Conservatively, moshing 4%, liberal estimate 15%. Oh, Jesus Christ. Then tell all of the primitivists themselves, because that's the term they use. It's not even mine. I'm not even one of them. I don't even give a shit. It's a stupid ideology that'll get millions of people killed. It's a call for genocide. So call it whatever you want. It's deadly. There you go. It's basically eugenics, but with nature. It's a horrid ideology. Except I don't eat that food. I prepare all my own meals. I've got like, I'm not one of them. Little bit of praxis, little bit of direct action, and you can find your way around that. Hey, Moomin. Prolet. Meal prep is based. It is. Meal prep for the win. I don't really do a whole lot of meal prep, though. Moomin, it's interesting right now. I don't do a whole lot of meal prep because I usually scratch cook every meal. Yeah. Lovely. Exactly. I mean, that's the thing, is if you really have to contend with that. Meatballs and green beans tonight. Fight me. Fair enough. Yeah, if you have to contend with that sort of work cycle, then meal prep is a necessity in your life. It's 100% a necessity. And it's a good way to, utilize a large portion of food that would otherwise be wasted. It's a way to, yeah, it's definitely based. Shoot, Brooke. Of course it does, Prolet. It always does. I mean, it's a corporate master. Of course, they're cafeteria food. It's like school food. It's utter shit that they're just feeding the masses. Except Hexen, they did that before the computer too. This game is as old as time itself. It's the game of kings and queens. It's the game of nationality. It's divisionary tactics. This is not... Technology just streamlines it. Yeah, because Egg McMuffin isn't fucking problematic to the nth degree. Only technology I respect are the war simulator, the hygiene, and factory farming. Yeah. I'm all for the war simulator and factory farming, but all the rest of your technology is terrible. So, Brooke, so my dad was complaining that his health insurance went up by $150 a month, and our work, yes, we work at the same place, oy vey, took away overtime. So he was like, the only way for me to get ahead is by getting a second job. And I was like, hey, do you know what would fix that? And everyone in the room sighed and told me not to say it. Hey, I have an idea for you, old pops. Oh, Brooke. Half the time the machine is broken, so I can't buy anything. I waste half my break going to another break room. You waste half your break just going to another break room. That's how large the facility is. That speaks volumes, Prolet. To hopefully buy some shitty sandwich that'll give me the runs. Lovely. Yeah, RV, premarital summoning his inner meat tray. That was a solid 100%. I walk 20 miles a day. It takes me 15 minutes to walk from the parking lot to where I work. Yeah. Yeah. I've been in facilities like that. I've never been in an Amazon facility, but I've serviced facilities like that back in my consultancy days. Yeah, well, fire is technology. Stone flinting, flint napping is technology. Hammering a fucking stone with another stone is technology. Depends just how loosely you want to define it. You keep putting technology in air quotes. What you mean is high technology. What you mean is electronic information era technology. Hey, Zartos, it has been a long time. Where you been? How you been? Are you okay? How's school going for you? Yeah, it's been an adventure, but it's open enrollment time for health insurance, so everyone's talking about it. I'm sure it'll get brought up at Christmas too. Well then, bring it up again, Brooke. This time, don't let it die. Like, tell everybody to go fuck themselves. Like, it needs talked about. Exam week is over, so I can finally stay up late. You can service my facility any day. Thanks, cool boy. Watch out under the new terms of service. I think that's harassment or something. I'm not even sure if I get a say in how I feel about it anymore. Fuck that. Don't like it. I will start taking smaller and smaller sips is what will happen. Hey, what's with that capitalist dick measuring? Mark Goldberg. Some rank capitalism. I measure my worth by the money I spend. It's good consumerism.
it's not a stretch, but I'm gonna stretch anyway because fucking shoulders kind of need. Oh, Jesus Christ! So you got a free stretch as well as a posture check there, RV. Oh, thanks. They're now your equals. Oh, that's funny. All right, guys, let's dial back the ad hominems. Let's deep breath, heated topics. That was solid, though. That was solid. Okay. That was a very meat tray move. That was very much similar. Gay and Jana. He rubbed off on me. I used to be normal. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. To end up with him in this to start with. Yeah. I will time you all out. Knock it the fuck off. Yeah, Moshi normal's right. It fucking, yeah. It's boring. Normal is boring. I've known that sort of like 2.5 kid, like 2 kids, high school sweethearts, an actual picket fence in one instance, dog, and just happy lives, and some of the most boring motherfuckers on earth. Just brutal to be at a dinner party with. You know, you want the dude who had a history, who's got stories, right? Like, and then we met in high school, and we dated for a while, and we went to the same college, and you're like, yeah, did you ever wake up in a gutter, like covered in your own vomit and not remembering what you did the night before? No? All right, then you're boring. I'm sorry. Like, do you have any stories worth telling? Like, yeah, I've known some of those motherfuckers in my life. This one time I ended up in hospital with an Italian mafia don after a bar fight, right? Like, that's the story you want to hear. No, 100%. That's actually one of my stories. Moomin, one of these days I'm going to need to hear that story in full. That's a good story. I collect stories. I love that. That's a solid story. All right, we have a vote for we want to hear that story now. So start typing, Moomin. We'll check back in with you when you're done, but start typing. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, look. The fucking churches in the U.S. claimed $4 billion worth of COVID funds. Oh, I'm sorry. 10 billion. The estimate has gone up since I last looked. Yep.
Austin's church took in $4.4 million alone. That fucking mega church scam artist that he is. We gotta start a church in this bitch. Trust me, I've looked at it as a fucking scam in the past, and I've looked into it. It is a hell of a fucking way. I mean, you can write off your house under that. The facility in which the pastor lives is a hell of a tax write-off. Yeah, it's a huge deal. The church can own the modes of transportation. It can own the vehicles, the jets, in the instances of like Austin and a few of these other grifters. So much for secularism. Oh yeah, that died. Dude, that barely ever even existed in the US. When the players also prey upon the most vulnerable in our society, yeah, hate the players too, Goldberg. These are terrible people who exploit and take advantage of some of the most vulnerable victims in our society. Sure, this time they got some taxpayer money. Cool. They also run one of the largest sets of organizational retardation of progress in society at large. They convince people that the answer to their problems is to give them their very last dime in the name of Skycake. They cause active harm. You're a special one. Part 1. Cool. I used to be a band tech. It's okay. I don't get to comment on this because I'm white. It's cool. Cool, 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 cool. That's great. No opinions. Nothing. Excluded entirely from the conversation. Rock on. Keep your sub. If anybody wants to argue on their behalf, I'll undo it. But for this moment, no. Oh, good for you, Zealot. One item left. And then you're a completionist. Yeah, Ace, I guess that you know. All right, Moomin's story. Let's try and shake off that genocidal maniac nonsense. I mean, like I said, if you want me to undo it, I can. But I used to be a band tech. A guy was getting a bit too physical with the female guitarist on stage. I tried to push him away and got an elbow in the face and a broken nose. 10 minutes later, he comes back on stage and tried it again. No, we could. All right. I tried it again. So tried to resolve the situation, but he went over the edge of the stage. He wrapped up in one of the curtains and went face first into a tile floor, breaking his teeth and knocking him out. His friends tried to rush the stage, to which our minders jumped in. It ended up a pitch battle in the middle of a club until we cleared them out. The owner of the club turns up to find what happened, looks at the CCTV, is disgusted by his patron's behavior, and informs me that at 3 a.m. we're going to hospital so I can get my nose fixed. We get to the hospital and it was closed, so he rang and made a doctor get out of bed and come tend to me. There's probably more being typed as we speak. And yeah, Ace, to answer your question, no, because we usually those psychos run on the one drop rule, right? They use the old racist rule, but inverted. So you're probably clear. It's actually the other half rule, the black half overrules the white half. So you're probably safe to talk about these topics. You can suggest solutions or talk about these sorts of things without, being told your opinion is invalid because of the two random people who fucked to create me. I absolutely adore that. It was then to keep the crap away. It was then to keep the crap away from the tour. I was given the identity of a Swiss citizen in their computer. This is when I realized the guy wasn't just a bar manager. My drinks were free all night, and as we sat down, I was informed many times how sorry he was, and the rest of the night I was rather good. The rest of the night was rather good, if not scary at times. Yeah, because he was a mafia don, everyone. I finally have privilege. Do I have a Swiss Army knife? Probably somewhere in my collection. And Angie, that sort of sums it up. RV, he was on the attack and being a total prick. We got into environmental topics. Okay. We got into environmental topics, and they were definitely of the mind that a primitivistic bent was the way to go. That we need to shut down all of the high technology and roll our way of life back to a previous state, which, if you consider modern medicine, would be genocide. It's a call to a form of eugenics, and so was criticized as such. And then it eventually devolved into a position where they said that I have a white savior complex, and essentially this is where I stopped interacting. Yeah. That basically I'm not allowed to have an opinion on anything because of two random people were white and produced me. Therefore, any suggestion for solution or remediation or mediation of a problem I put forth is just another white savior trying to insert argument here. And I had no energy left, and given the level of ad hominems that were already being deployed in engagement with other people, they didn't make it. Let's just put it that way. Call to violence. I can't. Sorry, Hexen. It's a terms of service thing. Sure. Yeah, pro it. If you got one, I'll take it. I love a good story. Yeah, never mind their calls to eugenics. Clar. Never mind their calls for a solution that will literally kill millions of people that they started their argument with. Yeah, that's totally where that was going. Jesus Christ. Biden's gonna kill leftism. I know. He'll drain the political will. Yeah. And freedom Dow. The Dow. Are you Taoist? I know you went with a phonetic spelling, so it may not be the same. But yeah, I could see Biden definitely draining political will on the left, and sort of disenfranchising actual leftists rather than, neolib, centrist, right-leaning, blah, 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 insert here. Okay. No. Hey, thank you for the follow, Freedom. I don't follow you guys actively, but yeah, it's decentralized. Is it organization? Decentralized autonomous organization? Yes. All right. Mr. Mac, in the context of libertarian socialism, you do realize that libertarian is historically used as a synonym for anarchist, right? Historically and internationally, libertarian has long been used as a synonym for anarchist due to the Enlightenment era overlap, Venn diagram flowing out of sort of situation. So if that's your general assessment, I would accept it. I'm fine with that. But I don't advocate for a lot of the sort of socialist ideologies, especially tomorrow. What I advocate for is, end state versus what we should be advocating for now. Right now, neither qualifies for socialism. End state would be more defined as under the sort of communism tent. And I mean, socialism's just a half step on the way too. But what I advocate for tomorrow is closer to syndicalism than socialism, because we can't get socialism tomorrow, but we can get a re-empowerment of the working class, utilizing unions or syndicates, and a re-democratization of the workplace. That's a doable task, and by tomorrow I mean the hyperbolic tomorrow. So inaccurate in a few different ways. Not to mention climate change will still happen under primitivism, albeit much slower due to carbon release from fire. It's Kanzuk will realistically end up as Kanzu, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, England, and Wales. What the fuck? That's crazy. By the way, it's impossible to remove technology and go back in history. Wouldn't even the creation of the wheel kind of be considered? Oh yeah, no. It was just then it devolved into a debate of what technology, and started using air quotes of technology at that point. It was a whole fucking thing. Yeah, it was an asinine conversation to start with, and I mean anybody who advocates for even a primitivistic solution is. It's a call to eugenics and genocide. It really is. It's, let's remove all of the modern healthcare and see what happens. Only the strong shall survive. It's a terrible idea. I work as a tow truck driver in Stockton, California. It was the end of my graveyard shift I was working in. All right, it was the end of my graveyard shift, and me and my partner were driving back to the tow yard. He yells at me to stop. I pulled over and saw someone flag us down. I back up to her. It all happened so fast. She was screaming at us incoherently. Her husband was lying on the side of the road, ODing off of heroin. I didn't know what to do. My partner was calming her down, and I was holding this dying man in my arms. I stuck my wallet in his mouth to keep him from choking on his tongue. My partner called 911, and before I knew it, paramedics pushed me away and gave him a shot of adrenaline. He opened his eyes, and they took him away. Excellent. I'll bring about socialism. Gives you my clothes. Probably closer to communitarianism, but either way. Having to remind boomers that the internet was like reinventing the wheel because they deny tech. Yeah, and good on you, Prolet, for like even just getting involved. Most people would have just kept driving, to be perfectly honest. Accent penises and vaginas caused all of this shit. Let's remove those. Hey, Squid, I've arrived in the middle of what sounds like an interesting conversation. Yeah, and I was gonna do that correction, but I didn't feel like it. Curio, it was more likely Narcan than adrenaline, but who knows? And it was, if it was adrenaline, it would have been probably neuroepinephrine, something in that category. But yeah, for an OD, it's usually, oh, why did that open? What is that? What happened? Oh, I know what I collect. Yeah, it was probably Narcan, but no worries. Squid, it was an asinine conversation, and it doesn't barely bears repeating. But yeah, it was a primitivist. They won't just, they say it was more rewilding, which rewilding isn't that. That's conservation biology. Conservation biology. Post left and com channels that can keep me educated. Do I have any recommendations? I don't want to seem biased, but depends on what bench you're looking for. Deconverted from Marxist Leninism. Oh, MLs. Squid, it was a thing, and I got called a white savior as a result of it, and that's when we ended the interaction. Yes. Yeah, that's when we went our separate ways, shall we say. So Lost Sioux for decolonization, indigenous rights, skeptic. Let me help you out with some of these. Yes. Trust me. Links. Canadian perspective. Sometimes I think I've spelled this correctly. Nope, I didn't. Anybody know what Dysnomia is streaming as these days? Jesus Christ. Okay, found them. There we go. Depending on which one is streaming that day. Dysnomia is going to be sort of anarcho-nihilistic. Definitely not an incrementalist. Let's just put it that way. Does anybody have other suggestions for what are you exactly? What are you looking for? Hang on, let me scrolling back. Post left or Ancom channels. All right. So does anybody have any Ancoms that they're aware of? Try and think which ones of mine are actually Ancoms. Is Cobbs? What's Cobbs's deal? I forget how Cobbs self-describes. Yeah, Cobbs would probably be Ancom. Oof, can't have that one. Who did RV suggest? Oh, Comic-Con. Yeah, so I already shouted that one out. Mreem. Materialism rules everything around me. What's their schedule? Already streamed 8 hours ago. All right, cool. Let's see. Oh, it's okay. It's an afternoon stream. All right. God, that interaction left me annoyed. Not as annoyed as somebody who runs purity tests on leftists. Annoyed. You notice I'm not ranting and raving after that interaction, but yeah, that still bothers me. No, not specifically. We're all gonna talk about Stirnerism, you know, in one way, shape, or form, from time to time. But no, I don't think anybody's dedicated to Stirner. That's a pretty niche subset to be in. There we go. Oh. Shake it off. Shake it off. It's not the first primitivist I've encountered. Dude, they're as somebody who's reliant on modern healthcare, they freak me out. They really freak me out. The only thing I can compare it to would be probably a person of color interacting with a neo-Nazi. Like it's weird. It's really freaky to encounter somebody who is advocating for an ideology that would cause your death. That you've like, I'd be dead within probably a year if we dismantled what you're advocating for dismantling. It's really freaky to have that conversation. Yeah, they're, you know, marital primitives are why we need ostracism in anarchist communities. It's a really, it's a really scary ideology that exists within the anarchist community. Anarcho-primitivism is just ANCAP's world in reality. Bonk with stick. Yeah, big Ooga Booga style bonk with stick. Yeah, it's ANCAP ideology, but might makes right rather than capital makes right. It is the sort of other side, the tails to their heads of that coin, isn't it? Yeah. Because even only the strongest will survive. Like, fuck the weak, fuck the children, fuck the elderly. It's Kronk bonks with rock. Exactly. It's a terrifying ideology whenever I encounter it. And sounds like capitalism. Very much. Yeah, and I mean, it advocates for a position or from a position that is so untenable that, I mean, it's just, yeah. No, Angie, it's not. It's its own ball of wax. It's its own fucking, hey, Reckonum. Yeah, basically a craterocracy. Just might makes right. It's what it is. Primitives and naturalist or anything in that arena just makes me cringe, piss my pants. Let's carry on. Me, Krug, no understand. Primitivism, capitalism, but without any of the benefits. Yeah, basically, it's capitalism, but without any of the stuff. Yay. No, it is really terrifying when you come across that position and somebody's willing to hold it and literally like hardline that shit. Yeah, oh yeah, I know. Is it Ziran or Zirzan? It's Zirzan. Yeah. I was like, I'm pretty sure there's a missing Z in there somewhere. Yeah, he's an anarchist and eco-primitivist, which is always an interesting combination to encounter. Just put it that way. I've done that too many times to even bother trying to do it again at this point. I mean, I'll have a conversation. Reckon them. I'll have a conversation with capitalists, no problem. But formal debate structure with a capitalist it's not worth my time. It's not worth my energy. The fact of the matter is if you're going to attempt to defend the unjust hierarchy that is capitalism, in a system where the exploitation and the authoritarianism is so apparent, yeah, it's a difficult position to hold. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. It just doesn't exist. So, it's either an analytical argument that completely divorces humanity and egalitarianism from the conversation, which is more often than not what tact they do, or they have to concede the moral high ground immediately. I've interacted with Frankly. I'm pretty sure I've had this person before. Yeah, Frankly and I have talked before. Frankly's been in my chat. Yeah, it was, Yeah, at this stage, it's pretty hard to defend pure capitalism. And this is why the argument would be immediately, there's no such thing as pure capitalism. It's always a mixed system. All right, well, then let's mix it more. Let's add some more ingredients into the mix. I've heard of Dark Scythe. Gorilla Envy, I haven't. Are they a streamer? Are they a collective? Are they... Oops. YouTuber. All right. Looking him up now. All right, cool. Even if you tie down capitalism, blindfold it, and put it in a chokehold, it's still barely palatable. I agree. I agree. I mean, I always talk, when I talk on these topics, you have two options. You have one, replace it, or two, bolt it to the floor with regulation and system changes. Now, you can argue that the latter is the more palatable stopgap measure that you could get the masses on board with. You could do a form of incrementalism, but then there's the argument of whether that's enough, whether it's fast enough, blah, 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 insert all of that there. But you also then, end up with, well, why don't you just whole cloth? Yeah, I don't know who Mr. Dapperton is either. But yeah, I looked them up. I looked Gorilla NB up, Wolf, and pulled their channel open. So I'll give them a look. I looked at the video list, but yes, I don't have enough time in my day to concern myself with online streamer and YouTuber feuds. I don't. Yeah. Like, the live stream fails subreddit is not something I look at. It's, yeah, like I said, not enough time in my life for that. Internet politics and drama, name a more iconic duo. Yeah. But, I mean, if they produce good content, then I'll give it a look. That I give a shit about. So, thanks for the heads up, and I'll give them a look. All right. Let me see here. When you use your spoons to deal with capitalists and all they do is try to sell you spoons for your profit. Fair enough. I mean, how are you going to define dirtbag leftists? Skeptic. Give me a definition and I'll tell you if I'm okay with them, because that's such a it's such a poorly conceived idea that, yes, but depending on what tactics they employ. Moment, it's Reddit for starters. That's where the conversation should stop. So what's next, Kai? It's an all or nothing proposition. What's the next step? And the pitchfork is out. Love it, Ninja. Love it. I mean, you know what I advocate for. Redemocratization of the workplace is probably the place where you could do the most damage. You could undermine a lot of this sort of Amazon, Microsoft, AAA gaming, fabric and textile industry sort of stuff if you democratized or redemocratized the workplace. If you brought back proper unions. So it means you're going to have to repeal or overturn or put in new legislation that undoes the Taft-Hartley Act. And then you can start winding back that right to work stuff and then you can start actually having unionized workplaces, and you can start having wildcat strikes and secondary strikes and general strikes legally. And then you could start eking some of that back from your corporate masters, but you know. All right, let me scroll back. Anything? Somebody who has edgy takes that could go extreme. For example, when Vosh said the N-word while debating a Nazi to prove a point. Oh, I'm fine with that. Skeptic, I'm fine with that. If that's the exemplar, if that's the, you know, if that's what we're going with, then I'm fine. When Xander all jokes about the trans question or calling chuds the R slur. I work in a space that is more comfortable with. I attempt to not castigate the working class vernacular. I understand that around fellow leftists that there's a different vernacular that is called for, but when I'm in activist mode and I'm trying to actively convert somebody or at least introduce them to our ideologies, I really make a conscious attempt to not, as I said, castigate their working class vernacular, to put it in academia speak, right? Just because somebody says something that other people would find offensive and unpalatable doesn't necessarily preclude them from making changes, progress, adopting ideologies or philosophies that would benefit that very group that would be offended by that terminology. So I have different sort of form of praxis in and around that area. I'm not as hardline on some of that stuff that others on the left are, because I spend time in spaces actively talking to people who aren't leftists, who aren't, you know, concerned with a whole lot of the stuff that we on the left are concerned with, generally speaking. So yeah, I'm okay with that. And, you know, and might I add that mockery and language is the last stop we have before violating the NAP. And when you're dealing with chuds and neo-Nazis and authoritarians and neocons and the like, it's one of the few tactics and tools you have at your disposal that can actually do some damage. And so occasionally you have to roll that out as a tool set. So yeah, I'm okay with it. It has to be used with a conscious level and, you know, with a consciousness attached to it and a judicious use of it. You can't just give in to that impulse on a regular basis by any means, and it can't be your first stop. You should make a good faith attempt to use most of your other tools first. But if that's all you're left with, then yeah, you might as well. I think there needs to be, Angie, I think there needs to be more recognized subsets for libertarians and conservatives like there are for liberal-leaning groups. Not everyone that leans right in the Trump or Chud category, and would agree with a lot of your beliefs too. Well, that's why I talk about overlap within the libertarian and liberal communities having to do with anarchism running through the Enlightenment period. This is historical political science at this point. Like, this is just history combined with a little bit of poli-sci, Angie. That the understanding what libertarianism used to be and some of the holdover ideologies that are still even in neo-libertarianism and American libertarianism that are recognizable when an anarchist speaks on topics. So you're like, but that, yeah, where do you think they got it? It's a shared pool of information. They just wandered away from it, but they still have water on their feet. Frank said he read from some anarchist book that changes the word anarchy to essentially communism, and that you aren't really an anarchist if you want more government. Yeah, that sounds like Frank. That sounds like frankly amazing. Yeah, that sounds like something Frank would assess. The eschewing of your moral obligations as an anarchist in the name of turning your back on electoralism in a search for a form of puritanical values or evangelical anarchism or fundamentalist anarchism is a violation of your, as I said, moralistic obligations as an anarchist. I'm not the only one who feels this way. Noam Chomsky would back me up in a heartbeat on this sort of thing. It behooves us to press all the levers. We're not in a position to dismantle the state, especially in regards to things like healthcare. Do I wish we could set up a nationwide mutual aid healthcare network tomorrow? Yeah, we should bypass the state entirely and do that. Are we in a position to do that? No, we're not. And harm reduction dictates that I shouldn't let somebody die from lack of healthcare because I have a puritanical value set that I'm pursuing. You shouldn't eschew progress in pursuit of perfection. People can be shitty people and have correct ideas, or people can have correct ideas and be decent people. That's why you attacked ideas and not people. Fair enough. Spartan, how do you build a society with anarchy? It's pretty easy, actually. Consensus decision making, delegate community setup, instant recall systems, instant overturn systems. Anarchistic communes have been set up since, the Christians have set them up. Koreans set them up. The Ukrainians set them up. Americans have set them up. It's actually pretty easy to organize that sort of thing. Though some things do languish in committee from time to time. Shout out to Two Rabbits. Sounds like a Stefan Molyneux take. He'd probably deny that anarchism is even a left-wing opinion. There is such a thing as post-left anarchism, skeptic. So it's a conversation that could definitely be had. It's a position that you could argue from, but it's referred to as post-left anarchism, not non-left anarchism, or never existed within the left anarchism. It is referred to as post-left anarchism. So clearly there's an admission that anarchism flows through and out of, if you so choose, that category of ideologies. Squid, feasibility is a thing and progress is about what's feasible. Ninja, so a privatized non-profit national entity to manage these institutions. Anarchism isn't about a lack of a system. Anarchism isn't about a lack of organization, Spartan. It doesn't mean chaos. It means without rulers. It means challenging and forcing hierarchies and power structures to justify their existence and the dismantling or replacement thereof with alternatives. It doesn't mean chaos. It doesn't mean every man and woman and child for themselves. It doesn't mean no societal rules or norms. It doesn't mean any of this. My great-grandfather... Wait, I missed something from you, Skeptic. It sounds like a transitory state opinion. I'm not a revolutionary. And this is where a lot of people have trouble understanding that not every anarchist is a revolutionary. You have to consider the harm that your revolution is going to cause. And I'm for it if a certain set of categories or parameters could be met. But we don't meet those at present. And given the global interconnected electronic and global supply line run system that we presently have, dismantling the system and rebuilding a new one would be a death sentence for so many people. And given the hesitancy and lack of education in the sort of leftist ideologies, whether it be anarchism, socialism, communism, whatever, the hesitancy on the part of the American public to participate in that means you would have to go full authoritarian, and you would have to start murdering people. It's just the truth. And you would end up in a Soviet-style vanguard political class so quickly. Agreed. Agreed, Skeptic. I'm seeing you come up at the bottom. I'm going to wrap back up to the stuff I missed. But agreed, Skeptic. I do agree with that. But what we're talking about is now, right? Like now. So we should be doing that education. But it behooves us to mitigate harm as much as we can, no matter what. We should be doing the mutual aid networks. We should be doing solidarity actions. We should be doing direct actions. But if support for Medicare for all means that a child doesn't die of some preventable childhood disease, we should be doing that as well. We have to. It is the moral imperative of an anarchist, of many leftists, to do that. And I see it as an abandonment of our duty as a human being when we fail to, or when we ideologue and we preach doctrine, the type that you see more often than not coming out of private schools and people who have a safety net of their own. They have private capital. They have all of these sorts of things that they can fall back on already. And, they're very much LARPing as revolutionaries. Meanwhile, they won't be the ones to bear the brunt of the cause of the reactions of that revolution. They'll be insulated from it. My great-great-grandfather founded an anarchist communist society called the White Wall Colony. I will look them up, Skeptic. I will look them up. In the Cotswolds. Oh. So Quaker lineage. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love the Quaker lineage. What would America have to do to move towards what you view? Again, redemocratize the workplace. That's your starting point. It really is. You need to empower the working class. And so you need to start scraping back some of that power that has been transferred from the working class over to the managerial and ownership classes in society. You need to redemocratize the workplace. You need to re-empower unions. You need to make it so that they can have solidarity strikes and that sort of thing. Reckon them. How do you get people to contribute or pull their weight? Social pressure, peer pressure, animus. More often than not, peer pressure. It's highly effective. If you had the opportunity to have a conversation with Alex Jones, would you? Oh yeah, 100%. I'd talk to AJ. He's fucking batshit insane, but I know what he is. Right? Like, I know what he is. I would absolutely have a conversation with him. 100%. I feel it would be fascinating to get into his mind or try to... Yeah. Oh, yeah. I wouldn't hesitate. I'd be like, fuck yeah, I'm having a conversation with Alex Jones. You shitting me? Fucking... That's going to be amazing. Fucking... And, I mean, if you get bored, you know what to do, too. Like, you just poke at him a little bit. Fucking throw him a bone and watch him just wind up and go. It'd be amazing. Honestly. Hang on.
Amazing!
That's another person I'd have a conversation with too. If you happen to know that voice. Is abortion okay? Yeah. Abortion's a personal property issue for women. It's personal property. Do you own your own body or not? If you own your own body, then the state has no business telling you what you can do with it. Abortion is a personal property issue. Amazing. Today's libertarians are very pro-capitalism and mega corporations, and that's the problem. If you leave capitalism totally unchecked, billionaires will have everything and everyone's lives in slavery. Yeah, it just turns into neo-feudalism. So they believe in the liberty of capitalism, which by its nature removes liberty from the people. Exactly, RV. Yeah, it's neo-feudalism. I don't know who. I'm not a debate bro. Like, I'm not gonna sit down and fucking do debate bro shit. Like, that's not. And I don't think Thought Slime and I would debate, by the way. We'd probably just have a conversation.
Beta.
There you go, Skeptic. I got that one too. Would I agree that states people will most likely keep playing the game like it's zero sum, leading to state-run systems always relying on inflicting economic slavery? In my opinion, as long as the state's benefits can be detached from negative outcomes, they inflict nothing will change. I don't think it's going to change either way. Brass tacks, respect. I think we're sliding straight into a cyberpunk dystopia. I think we're headed towards, like, if you saw the movie Elysium, I think we're headed towards that. I mean, I advocate for things that, you know, I think can help, that can mitigate, that can pull the yoke back. But truth of the matter, brass tacks? No, I'm pretty sure this race has been won. Touring news. Hang on, give me one sec here. I sent you a friend request touring. Accept it, and you can raid me. I keep it closed because I have been raided multiple times by bad actors on the right. So sorry about that, touring, but yeah, in the future we won't have that. We won't have that issue. And thank you for the raid in advance. Ace hashtag fuck them kids. Twitch doesn't exist without capitalism, but you know what does? The entire foundational technology for Twitch. Most of it's open source, meaning done for the good of the community, for free, not for profit. That's called arguing without content, Animus, and it's one of the few rules this channel has. You have to actually put out content, not just sit in chat and say, no, you're wrong, no, not even, no. It's not a thing. I adore Jesse Lee Peterson and the way he articulates himself. It's not your body, it's another body inside your body. Oof. That's problematic. That's a problematic one to start with. Hello, all of Touring News' people. It seems like we've entered the interesting arena of abortion debate. So welcome. That's what you've walked into. Strap the fuck in. Personal property and ownership of one's own body, and abortion seems to be where we have landed with this string of comments. I was interested in your We're Moving to Elysium talk. That's just when Doomer Kai, hi, by the way, my name is Kai. When Doomer Kai comes out to play, that's what I talk about touring. Is that personally, I think that's where we're headed. I don't think we can pull this out. I sure as hell hope we can. I am an anarchist, so fundamentally I'm an idealist. From a philosophical point of view, idealism. But the truth of the matter is I'm not sure the political will exists in the proletariat. Maybe that changes with climatological collapse. Maybe that changes, with economic collapse. Am I beating Prime right now? God, please tell me. I don't want to have to go on an anti-Prime rant. That $50 to kick somebody off the panel really annoys the shit out of me. It really does. It gets to me. But yeah, no, there is a significant portion of my thought process touring that does believe that we may head that direction. We're headed that direction, and that we may end up there. Given the, you go to someplace, just go, take your pick. New York, Mumbai, Hong Kong, Beijing, London. Go to these places and see the stratification of wealth and see the differences of slums and a fucking Lamborghini parked near them. It really feels that we're headed in that direction. And, on a bad day, on a bad day, I wish you could too, Skeptic. I wish you could too. We're headed for a very more authoritarian capitalism, that's for sure. Gulag bless. I advocate utilizing anarchism as a lens of analysis. That way you can, analyze your capitalistic system, your technology, your farming and agricultural processes, your organizational structures, all of this sorts of things. This is why I'm an anarchist, because I utilize it as a lens of analysis for all these sorts of things. I'd love to travel. First place I'm going to. I'm the same kind of guy, Skeptic. I've always, the Iran, North Korea, Cuba, Venezuela, the places that are like, oh, they're terrible, and that sort of thing. I just want to see it. I want to see it with my own eyes. Vietnam. Oh, Vietnam's gorgeous. Southern to northern run. Yeah, it's a gorgeous country. It's probably one of the most pretty countries on the face of the planet. Yeah, when I lived in London, we lived in a 4-story townhouse converted into social housing. The next door was owned by a guy who drove a Maserati. I think Cuba would be pretty chill compared to Iran, to be honest. Yes. There's definitely don't think I'm saying these are all the same. In no way, shape, or form. And I'm sure I missed a bunch there. Yeah, it looks like the abortion debate is still happening on the side there. Oh, here. This sort of stuff. Still abortion. So feel free to tap in if you want. My opinion on it, it's a personal property issue. You don't get to tell the woman what they do with their body. Or the person who is carrying said fetus. There you go. To abstract it even further. Cyberpunk dystopia would be pretty ironic given there's so many resources available. It's probably the most likely outcome for most civilizations in the universe. Probably a rare species that thinks collectively. Yeah, I'd love to see the real North Korea too, not the guided tours. Exactly. I do. I think we're headed, given the wealth disparity that exists within our society, the stratification of the classes, and the access to healthcare, technology, and general resources that exists in modern day, in current day, in contemporary existence, it definitely seems to be as sort of this, harbinger of a cyberpunk-esque dystopian future where, you know, you have that sort of Elysium situation going on that, you know, yeah, the fucking rich are going to vacate to, you know, a domed city or, you know, a orbiting satellite array or something, and they're going to have healthcare we can't even dream of at this point, and the masses will be left in this sort of wasteland that we created in order to extract the resources to create this next iteration. Hey, Cicero. People who defected from North Korea tend to have a fiery hatred of North Korea, which gets in the way of the. I know. I think North Korea is shit, quite frankly, but I still want to see it. It's just sheer curiosity on my part that I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to experience it for myself. But isn't this exactly how people felt pre-Magna Carta? It just seems like another cycle, and I don't know why it would come to a head like other times. No. I don't think it's coming to a head, Respect. I think that it will just be the next iteration. It's not like, you know, yeah, it's not. Oh, Jesus Christ, I saw that hashtag. It's not like I think it'll be the end or something. I'm not making some apocalyptic, you know, prediction. I'm saying that, you know, I sure hope so, Diablo. I actually hope for something more than that. Hey, so what hashtag? I sure as hell hope so. I really do. Don't get me wrong. But given the winning streak that the capital owners and political class have been on for the last couple hundred years for sure, it would be surprising if it didn't. Pretty sure the world's going off a carbon cliff, but that's just me. Base of the food chain might just go. And that's Rhyolithica. Rhyolithica. That is one of the caveats. Hey, Panda, my love. That is one of the caveats I do put out there regularly, that climatological collapse, anthropogenically driven climatological collapse could be one of these sorts of turning points. They could be a catalyst for a systemic change that we don't see coming necessarily, that it could transform, and, you know, in an interesting form of social alchemy, become something that we, you know, maybe speculated about, maybe talked about, but didn't necessarily predict or foresee coming actively. That is definitely something that I provide plenty of room for, because that is a definite catalyst that sits out there on the horizon, and not necessarily that far away given how things are going, quite frankly. Oh, I know this Wojak. Woject. Yeah, I you know, I used to play the old one. Mike Pondsmith is, you know, but it also it also comes from other science fiction authors as well. But yeah, because Pondsmith isn't the originator. He's just the originator of the tabletop game. He's not even the originator of was it Blitzkrieg? I forget the guy's name who actually used the word the very first time. But either way, yeah, it's, you know. That's neither here. Yeah, well, yes, exactly. So we're on the same page on that one. Oh, bunch of fucking things. My biggest fear for the future is not what we will get. We'll get an Elysium scenario. It's that we'll get there, and both social democracy and fascism will fail to prevent class genocide. It's happened before in history, where nobility starts killing off beggars. Gulag. They wouldn't even have to actively do it. Cause full-on climatological collapse and just leave. Like that's a doable scenario as well. Build your domed cities or your satellite array or your moon base or your Mars city, whatever. You could fuck this entire thing completely and then just scamper off. Yeah. Like you don't even have to be out there fucking stabbing motherfuckers to do it. the way we're going. This is why, worker class empowerment needs to be the talking point. That's your in on the proletariat. You want to talk about how to re-empower the proletariat. You need to re-empower the working class. Tesla is, hey, thank you for the follow, Gulag. Tesla is Arasaka. No. Who would be an equivalent to Arasaka? Raytheon? If they did a whole bunch of acquisitions? I mean, you could say the military industrial complex definitely is Arasaka-esque. Amazon is headed that direction. That's probably actually a better one, but either way, it's all up for debate. It's all, Thoughts on Bitcoin? I hate Bitcoin. Get your panties unbunched for a second. The reason I hate Bitcoin is because of the missed opportunity. The opportunity Bitcoin was presented with to undermine currency mechanisms was so substantial. But what it ended up turning into is a commodified speculative market. And they wasted a good portion of that potential. And I will never forgive the entire community that is involved in and surrounds Bitcoin for squandering that opportunity. Because that moment has passed. Governments, financial institutions know what these things are capable of. They know they're out there. That moment in time will not exist again. And I will never forgive everybody for turning it into that commodified speculative market that it is now. So, yeah. This is where my opinion on Bitcoin is derived from, is that missed opportunity that we had to undermine the currency mechanism. That was a fucking shot and a half. Well, I'm glad I gave you a new perspective, Gato. Let me catch up here a little bit. All you have to do is outprice healthcare, food, and energy. We're headed there. $700 average increase in food next year, based on the Canadian food price report. Hear about Russia scaring the fuck out of everyone. You mean the SolarWinds hack? Yeah, I talked about it at length. For those of you that are new that came over from Touring News, I'm a former IT consultant from way back. I'm a bit older than you probably think. I'm about a decade older than you probably think I am. But I've been involved in technology, high technology, my entire life. And so, yeah, I talked at length about the SolarWinds breach last night, Panda. And it's a fascinating breach. So I heard the IRS was messing with stablecoin. Have I seen this quote? I don't believe we shall ever have a good money again before we take the thing out of the hands of the government. That is, we can't take it violently out of the hands of the government. All we can do is by some sly roundabout way introduce something that they can't stop. F.A. Hayek, 1984. No. But, exactly. If it gets that bad in the future, let's just hope our Posada's comrades win in the end. Yeah, it's a thing. Wait, hang on, I missed something. Oh, okay, it was in reference to before. All right, I catch that. Let me see, though. Hang on. Let me just check something here. Jesus Christ. Fucking Twitch, stop sending me notifications. There we go. Cool. All right, give me 1 sec here. All right. Kaya's life. Oh, of course it is. Almost guaranteed. $700 more for food next year. Well, that's that $18 a month raise in SSA won't help. No, it won't. It was meat. Interestingly enough, not beef. Fish and pork. I'm sorry, chicken and pork. They predict are going to see price increases. Beef seems to have stabilized to a certain degree. The grain side of bakery items seems to be might go up as well. And then you have produce. Produce was going up as well. And they averaged for Canadian and American and United States consumers a 700% price increase next year. Hey, Libra. And saying howdy to Aria. No, she didn't. She really didn't. Like, that's the worst take I've... No, you can't. I dealt with a primitivist already tonight. That's not a take. It can't be the worst take. I had somebody calling for active genocide. You do you. Oh. No, I'm supportive of education so people understand the importance of vaccines. I wouldn't, oy vey. Somebody else deal with that. I would not be involved in an anarcho-primitivist world. I would fight them vehemently to the very bitter end. Just because their organizational structure happens to share some overlap with how I choose to analyze and implement things doesn't mean I agree with their core premise. And their core premise is the primitivism, not the anarchism. And they, in that pursuit, eschew their moral obligations. And so how would mentally disabled people in anarcho-primitivist world be treated? Not well. Not well. Let's just put it that way. You're the reason, Reckonum, that's the reason that we have mumps and measles resurgence right now. It's because of people who don't understand the importance of these things. That's it. It's the reason we're seeing outbreaks of mumps and shit again. It's because of fucking Karens who got all of their vaccinations and are benefiting from it and then refuse to give it to their children, who then are little fucking plague monkeys. Hey, here's an idea, Fred. There is no such thing as utopia. And in the infamous words, eventually. Eventually. I'm not in the first round. And I have a fairly isolated sort of thing going on. Yes. Yeah, basically skeptic. Yeah, that's fair. Grain production in the UK is actually subsidized by the government because so many farmers were opting to reduce crop production because of cheaper sourced imports. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yep, RV dropping that. Let me quote Emma Goldman for you, Fred. There is no perfect expression of anarchism because anarchism isn't a single dogmatic philosophy. It's a network of ideas, and we much prefer it that way. Idolatry and idolization are not ways to go. Tell you what, fuckers. I'll be right back. All right. Oh, Panda. Because I quoted Emma Goldman. She's my idol. I mean, she'd have to be mentioned. I mean, hey, Rabbit, you have missed it. You have missed a fucking night. You've missed a whole bunch of shit. Sterner, Kropotkin, Bakunin, Chomsky, Goldman, Delamar. I mean, you know, as far as authors and activists go. Hang on. Let me turn this back down now that I'm back. Lever action. Zydeco, Texas. What's your favorite lever action rifle then? If that's a reference or polling reference. If any of you bastards hit me with a spitwad while Teach is gone, I'm gonna kick you in the butt. And then Ace, of course, being that one. Fucking. Oh. Let's see. Fishes and Loaves. I've done essays on. One of my favorite essays I've written is called "How to Piss Off Jesus," and it talks about anti-capitalism through the lens of analysis of Jesus and the story of the temple, the cleansing of the temple, which there's 2 iterations of in the Bible, told by all 4 primary books. Yeah, I've done that. I can get down with with a whole bunch of what, I mean, Jesus was definitely a leftist. Jesus was, for sure not a capitalist. Hey, turd. There hasn't been a true discussion of genius until we've discussed Maximum Overdrive, and I think you know that, Sister Rabbit. A greener 12 gauge martini action. Loved walking around the farm with that one as a kid. Rock on. I've never been a lever action kind of guy. Jesus was a gay anarcho-socialist. Anyone who says otherwise is on copium. Boyfriends of Christ. Yeah, and fishes. I'm an ordained minister. It's true. I've been since like 2002. I don't believe, but I'm not a believer. But I'm read in it. Let's see. Let me go back a ways. So Rabbit, we had a primitivist in. No, I'm Among Us is Pog. No, I'm not a Democrat. Rabbit, we had a primitivist in, making active calls for rolling back the clock. And a skewing of modern technology. It was special. And it culminated in them calling me, saying that I have a white savior complex. That I have a white savior complex. So that's where we parted ways. Yeah, it was interesting. Then we had this dude who, like, since we're gonna lose these words soon, we had this dude who constantly simps for Frankly Amazing and says, like, I should debate bro everyone, and that I should debate Frankly, and like was running between us, like talking to Frankly, like, fuck, this sort of thing. Can I have a white savior investment banker? And that, like, saying that actually I'm a communist. And that I don't understand, like, he's not an anarchist. He read one book by Bakunin or something. He said, I forget what he said. He read one thing, and now he thinks he's an anarchist, but he's actually a communist. And then, of course, it devolved into, at one point, an abortion argument, which got super interesting there for a bit. Yeah, it only works as a singular. You gotta put it in as its own command. Panda. Yeah, sorry, Moomin. So an Anprim, a shit stirrer, and missed them both. Damn. Yeah, basically. What do I think about democratic systems? Fundamentally, they're flawed. I mean, there's ways to make them less flawed, that you could talk about, but fundamentally, they're flawed. Am I happy Biden won? The question is, am I happy Trump lost? Hey, thank you for the follow, Ryo Lithica. Why, though? Why what? Why are democratic systems flawed? Are you happy Trump lost? Yes. Am I happy Biden won? No. Basically, Yeah. So there's your answer for you Among Us. There's a failure of representation of the minority that occurs within democratic systems that is difficult to rectify utilizing those very systems. You could move over to something like approval voting rather than even ranked choice, which most people aren't familiar with. I can link you to a primer video that'll explain the differences between first past the post, ranked choice, and approval voting if you're interested. What's happening here? Hang on. I'm getting multiple buzzes. All right. There you go. Elma. Elma. Primer will use computer modeling to simulate the voting process as well, so you can visualize as you go along, and you can sort of see how the system can be gamed, how it fails, and what some of the benefits are. It's not that long of a video. Was it 15, 18 minutes maybe? 14 minutes, yeah. So, yeah, I would advocate for the latter of the voting methodologies that Primer is going to talk about in that video. It's generally referred to as approval voting. It is the better of the democratic methodologies. I advocate for, at least a local individual sovereign level, consensus decision making within the workplace and with like town halls and municipal decisions. I think there's room for consensus decision making. And I can link you to that if you're interested in learning more about consensus decision making as well. If you want more homework, there you go. No, I think Obama was liked because he's a neolib and our country is full of centrists. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Ace. Like, that's, yeah, I'm happy Trump lost. I'm not happy Biden won. What is it about Trump that bothers me? Oh, I don't know. The blatant racism, the corruption, the backstabbing, the narcissism, the pathological lying, the failure to understand basic economic principles like who pays tariffs, the failure to understand what diplomacy is and how to engage properly with our international partners, the stochastic terrorism causing a resurgence of right-wing domestic terrorism. You know, take your fucking pick. Take your fucking pick. Gulag. I feel you on that. I run a very big tent. And I have conversations with neo-Nazis, fascists, authoritarians, God help us, neo-libs, libertarians. You know, I have a conversation. I will have the conversation with anybody in order to engage in the dialectic and in an attempt to change minds, to impart some portion of my ideology in order to gain progress. And more often than not, Gulag, it's the left that causes the biggest problems. It's sad to say, but they're obsessed with purity tests and divisionary tactics and drawing these lines between themselves so solidly that they become impermeable. And you just end up with this sort of, you know, in-group warfare. And yeah, I know it saddens me no end. I know it really does. I honestly, I get hit harder from the left than I do the right. Because I dare call myself an anarchist at the same time that I say, you know, adults learn to compromise. Yeah, we are. Wojak, or at least Gulag and I are. There's multiple conversations happening right now. But yes, leftist infighting is on the table, Wojak. Yeah, it is to those that, you know, are fundamentalists, that are this sort of evangelical leftists, that take it to that sort of religious extremity. I'm a blasphemer. That I would dare to apply realism and pragmatism to the exact same lens of analysis that I use for anarchism. That, yeah, I want this, but I can't get that tomorrow. And so it behooves me to advocate for something that at least pushes the needle in that direction. And since I don't advocate actively for revolution, burn it all down, because we can get that to happen, because that's a realistic goal tomorrow or next year, because I'm not out there doing that. I'm clearly not an anarchist. I'm clearly not a leftist. I'm clearly not, you know, that sort of thing. Those sort of purity test people who come through with regularity, not all the time, but with regularity, drive me nuts. Here I am. I'm on that rant again, people. Yes, Trump did more gun control than Obama. Yeah, he did. 100%. Elma, I think you're right about the flaws about minority representativity, but I don't know any system that would do a better job establishing from the beginning that we live in a demagogia. I don't know how to translate that, and not a democracy. Yeah, I would argue that we're actually an oligarchy just based off the Stanford study from a few years back, Elma. But either way, we'd be mincing words at that point. We're clearly not, you know, a representative government proper of the vast majority. We are ruled by a minority, and the ruling class is wealthy. So, I mean, we qualify as an oligarchy, for sure. And so, yeah, I mean, we'd be having a side conversation at that point. But, yeah. Hey, thanks for the follow, Wojak. All right, let me catch up a little bit here. Yes, it will. Hey, thank you for the follow, Elma. Yep, Rabbit. Like, you guys know how to set me off. Like, that's that thing. It drives me up a wall. Trump did more for white supremacists. Tanky's called me a radical liberal all the time and called me an anti-communist for denouncing China and the Muslim cabs. Hey, well, skeptic, welcome to the club. You know my pain. I feel yours, and in your honor.
Fuck the Chinese government.
There you go. It's in your honor. And down the pitchfork. Somebody did actually have a pitchfork emote. Purity leftists need to look in the mirror to see who will be in their revolution. Yeah, exactly. And it's always funny that, you know, these sorts of people that like, oh, if I advocate for utilizing the electoralism in any way, shape, or form, like, you know, here in Nevada, like I can give a good classic example for this last election cycle. Here in Nevada, we enshrined same-sex marriage rights into our Constitution. And due to the interstate clauses in the federal Constitution, that means that you can come to Nevada and get married as a same-sex couple constitutionally. And what happens is other states are legally required to recognize your marriage license. You ain't fucking with that. So utilizing electoralism, we protected same-sex marriage rights in this country, even from the legislature and the Supreme Court. We bypassed all of that shit, used a backdoor loophole in the federal constitution that mandates that states have to recognize these sorts of things using the interstate clauses, and we put it in our own constitution. How is that not a win? How is that not? How does somebody say, like, well, that justifies the system and you shouldn't have done that? Are you insane? Like, that's badass. That's using the system against itself. That is Alinsky tactics writ large. That is saying, oh, the system has rules that it has to run itself by sometimes. Use those rules against it. But no, in these purity test minds, that is a justification of the hierarchical system itself, and it should not be done, and that you are not an anarchist by doing it. I say you're a religious fundamentalist and clearly have lost the thread. To Rabbit, Biden's bringing a black cat to the White House. Racism solved. Yeah, exactly, to Rabbit. Honest to goodness, at least with sock dems, I can tweak the language to convince them it was their idea. With purity anarchists, it's completely impossible. They'll always pull some proud unquote about out of their ass to prove I'm not good enough. Enjoy your ban. So can I keep my tiki torch? I mean, if you want it. I'm a pragmatic socialist. If I need to sit down in Congress and side with the sock dems to get a pay raise, I will. If I need... I'm going to pull that premarital, but I feel you. The fact Buttigieg was appointed, so now LGBT issues are on the table. Holy crap, the whitest gay man in America. Dude, doesn't it make you proud to live in an era, Rabbit, as a gay man yourself and as one, that someone could be openly gay and a closeted Republican at the same time? Isn't that the progress you were looking for? I know what you mean. I easily get behind that, but modern sock dems almost make demands on other leftists to fall in line and be their bitch. Again, Gulag, so much fucking infighting. So much fucking infighting. It's ridiculous. Yes, Skeptic. I haven't looked deeply into it, but I did see it. I did see they were using the Uyghurs to pick, like 500,000 Uyghurs to pick cotton, which there was a beautiful irony there. There was a not irony, symmetry. It's a beautiful symmetry to it. Really has come the whole way around, hasn't it? Yeah. An ugly, beautiful symmetry. The purity leftists are found both in libertarian and off-left camps. I get called a tanky for just telling someone on ML. At the Third International Gulag, you and I are going to have it out. As an anarchist and an ML, our history dictates that you and I have to have a Bakunin, Marx-esque hashing out. But that's okay. We'll do that, and we'll probably have a better outcome. Quite frankly, I think that you and I can get along far more civilly than they could. Let's see. Yeah, I'm losing this argument. I'm just gonna spam now. Hey, Markov. I'm from Russia. And I want to know, did you hear about the? Oh, yes, we have heard about the poisoning and the second poisoning of Alexei forgive my Russian pronunciations, but Navalny, Alexei. Yes, we've heard multiple times about this. We're familiar with this. Putin's a real peach. Yeah. Don't say anything that'll get you in trouble, Markov. I hope you're on a VPN or something. You owe me a computer screen now. Coffee, meat wall, openly gay and closeted Republican at the same time. Yes, it's quite the era we live in, Two Rabbit. We've come such a long ways. I'm on a fake account. Good. Just want to make sure you're OPSEC. It is rough. FAL. I'm gonna call you FAL for brevity's sake. Fishes and loaves. You're now FAL. I hope you don't mind. But it isn't easy. It isn't easy. By any means. Trust me. Here in Argentina, we have 2 Stalinist parties and 3 major Trotskyist parties. Stalinists get like 10,000 votes between the 2 of them and fold under the SOC-Dem alliance. Trotskyists have like 3 seats in Congress and vote against everything because it's not radical enough. Welcome to Trotskyism. That's how that works. I love that though, premarital. As a SOC-Dem, I don't have problems with socialism, but I don't think the U.S. will achieve socialism, and social democracy policies are the most realistic we can achieve. Prolet. Yeah. I mean, I want more than that. I want so much more than that. But I also will take that. Like, can we get Medicare for all? Can we get universal single payer healthcare? Like, I'll take that as a win. Sure, the state shouldn't have to provide it. We should be able to do this without the state. But we're not in a position to make that demand. And so, yeah. Being an adult who has a dose of pragmatism, yeah. I won't shoot you when we take power, I promise. Thank you, Gulag. Stalin is the one who founded Marxist-Leninism and wrote several books on Leninism. Oh, I love that. Take skeptic. I love that. Woject, I'll see you in the anarchist pits. See you there, Woject. We'll tunnel our way out. I had a friend who kind of lost it on me when I said Buttigieg didn't represent my struggle, and his reply was, "You can't other him like that. He's part of our community." I'm like, dude, you're a queer libertarian. You think he's a sellout? Buttigieg is, I mean, Jesus Christ. Exactly, Rhyolithica, yes, please. Just give me healthcare. Fuck, I don't care what you call it. I love the fact over here in the UK, Nigel Farage got less votes than a dude who dressed as a dolphin. The British tradition of running like shitpost candidates, because they have to do the meeting where they're all there to watch the voting and stuff. Mwah, truly beautiful thing. That's true, man. Trotsky was so radical he wanted a permanent revolution where the Soviet Union would fund all communist movements and go to war with the world. Would it have worked? I don't know. No. It wouldn't have. I just mean his vocabulary is on another level. Oh, I thought you meant just the constant talking. The vocab's just there. My nephew's mind drove him crazy. Let's just say I have my moments, FAL. I have my moments that, you're just like, shut up. But, you pour a little something on it. You take a little something. You get a little vacation for a little bit. And, you get some breathing room. You come up with your own coping strategies if you lived long enough. I don't think Buttigieg is gay, says Pride. I respect one of the Trot Congress people because she was one of the main lawyers in the human rights cases against the military junta. The rest of them are trash, though. Well, if a tanky means someone who supports Stalin, then I guess an ML would be a tanky. I always include skeptic. I always include the over aestheticization of so-called communist regimes, whether they are or they aren't, depending on who's talking at that time. But most definitely, there seems to be an obsession with the aesthetic of Soviet Russia and North Korea, and Huxleyism from Lithuania. Yeah, there always seems to be an obsession with the aesthetics that I always include with the tankies. Yeah. There's other qualifiers, but there does seem to be that common pattern. Raving Lord, such of the monster raving loony party was brilliant. I'm telling you, it's just the shitpost candidates that UK puts up are brilliant. Hey there, Lynx. It's been an interesting run tonight, Lynx. We've had some interesting ones. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. I don't represent gay culture either, Rabbit. I've never been involved in gay culture. I mean, peripherally when I was younger for a moment. But no, I've always hung out with straight dudes and stuff like that. It's never been my thing. So to claim that I would represent that side of culture is absurd to start with. But he does. He uses it as a political shield of sorts. The only thing I get to speak on is sucking cock. I'm just a gay dude. Melatonin and magnesium Zoaks help. I do magnesium from time to time. Tankies do read theory. They do read theory. Again, I wasn't saying that there isn't more to it, but there does seem to be an obsession with the aesthetics and, an over aestheticization of communist regimes. Catch up here. The only good Soviet aesthetic is the Red Army Orchestra. I'm also into the aesthetics of military leftism. That type of propaganda makes me warm inside. I still don't think I'm a tanky, though. I think tanky is so oddly defined by so many people, and since it's used as a pejorative largely on the left and not a self-identifier, it seems to be a very nebulous set. Exactly. I'm fine with him being just another gay guy, but this, oh, thank goodness, Pride is in the cabinet. Like, what? Yeah, exactly. Again, I was the spokesperson for all black people and gay people in high school, telling people I don't speak for my culture meant nothing to them. I know. Not Rabbit, sorry. Lynx. You missed a primitivist who was essentially calling for genocide by what they were advocating for, and then told me I had a white savior complex by the end of it. You missed some Trump chuds. You missed an abortion conversation, which always gets interesting. Who else am I forgetting, chat? Because this is like improv performance for me. I don't transcript to long term usually. We had a purity tester. We had a shit stir who was trying to go back and forth between me and Frankly Amazing and frankly amazing apparently said that I'm an anarchist I'm somebody who thinks he's an anarchist because he read one book, but I'm actually a communist. Am I leaving anybody out that warrants mentioning? Either way. FNL, can you explain how because BLM isn't Marxist? Can I explain how BLM is Marxist? But Marx was a major bigot and probably would have hated both movements of BLM and Antifa, at least the ones in Antifa easily swayed by Gibbs. Because BLM isn't Marxist. They're not. One of the founders of the BLM organization proper self-describes as a Marxist, right? As being schooled in Marxism, I believe is her turn of phrase that she used. But to say BLM as a movement is Marxist is disingenuous at best. So, Vermin Supreme, yes. And Lord Buckethead, yes. But didn't Lord Buckethead, like, he got disqualified or something? Some anarchists argue that the sickle and hammer is a tanky symbol. Well, it's definitely used by tankies. But that doesn't make it exclusively the purview and parlance of. Oh, yes, an Ayn Randian that RV got to shut the fuck up. Yeah, we had somebody who was advocating for the positions of Ayn Rand. That was an interesting one as well. Really, Riverboat? Riverboat's watching Dave Rubin. Oh, I don't have time in my life to fucking watch Dave Rubin. Bro, I was just talking to somebody talking about genocide while I was gone. Jesus Christ, Devil Boy. Sorry for the trained Marxist. Is that the all right? Yeah. Rabbit, I love that response. No, him and Elmo ran against Theresa May in the previous election. Yes. Yeah, I wish BLM was Marxist. The skeptic. Mr. Fishfinger ran in the last one. All right. Damn, sounds like a hell of a night. It has been, it's been interesting. Yeah, we had a Randy it too. Yeah, we had somebody who was saying that their favorite book ever written and read was by Ayn Rand, probably Fountainhead. They didn't specify. Their favorite ideologue or idol was Ayn Rand. And that Ayn Rand had it was literally a Randian. They were hammering it. Yeah, Gulag. They do defend the authoritarian regimes no matter what. I do take that as an acceptable, qualifier. Oh, that's right, Moomin. I forgot that one entirely. By using the term primitivist, which is their own self-described term, Lynx, I'm a white supremacist. I was called that as well. By describing the primitivist as primitivist, I am a white supremacist, even though it's their own terminology. So that happened too. Like I said, it's been an interesting night. Yeah, thank you for reminding me, Moomin. Jesus Christ. All the cringe. Have I read The Fireman? No, I have not read The Fireman, but I will put it on the never shrinking, always growing list. Thank you, Brolet. Oh Lord, so close, so far away. Yes, Rabbit. Saying Ann Prim makes you a white supremacist now. Him, skeptic. Just a dude. Dude, bro, he, him, whatever. Honestly, it doesn't matter to me, one way or the other. You can call me whatever the fuck you want to call me. It's not a thing for me. I respect those who it is important to. But, you know. Yeah. Traditionally, he, him, though. But I would respond to, you can just call me Kai. You can just use my name. We've seen some shit today, that's for sure. Yes, Panda. It's gonna be a fucking little twitchy off of this one, right? Oh, he is live. Oh, thank God. My decompression space, my dive bar is live. It's such a millennial take. I don't care what people call me either. Whatever. Like, you know, that should be the end goal, right? Like, Gulag, that should be the end goal. Yes, Moomin, that is my dive bar. It's where I go. It's where I go to decompress after one of these. I need it. Assuming it's an extension of the idea that primitive is a derogatory term for tied to Western imperialism. Maybe, but maybe you should have that conversation with them. Links like that's somebody should inform the primitivists that they need to stop calling themselves primitivists, because all of the leading figures in the primitivist movement and the philosophers and ideologues behind it utilize the term primitivist to self-describe still. So somebody should inform them. All I'm doing is calling them what they want to be called. So there's competing interests. I really don't care one way or the other. The genocidal maniacs who want to do away with modern healthcare. There. Can we tighten that up a little bit? You're good at copy editing links. What do we call genocidal maniacs that want to do away with modern healthcare? Them. They run out of TP. Oh, why can't you? There you go. It's in chat. Kaiser. My backup plan. Let's see. Sending them an email now. Rock on, PA Love. Zarzan is probably a good place to start. He's a famous primitivist. We call them Karens. Oh, we will go with genocidal maniacs, which, by the way, is what I describe primitivists as on a regular basis. No, oh yeah. It's not a mod thing. Links. Anybody can do the shout out command. Oh yeah, we'll just go with eugenicists. That's right, premarital. We'll go with eugenicists. Since what they're advocating for is a system in which a huge percentage of disabled and disadvantaged people would be sentenced to death. A slow, cruel death by nature itself. Yeah, so we'll just call them eugenicists. I think that works. Eugenicists, social Darwinists. Yeah, that sounds about right. If you're hot tip, if you want to get a Randian to shut the fuck up, just say this. Oh yeah. Ayn Rand died alone with no money and on multiple forms of social welfare. Didn't hear a peep from them after that. Fuck them quadriplegics. This is premarital. Dear Karen, please, for the love of God, stop calling yourself primitives. Work in progress. Rock on, PA love. Love it. Which group tends to be Rand diehards the most? Libertarians. Neo-libertarians, American libertarians. When we say libertarian, it's usually shorthand for neo-libertarian or an American libertarian, Angie. We usually make the distinction for classical libertarianism. Libertarians tend to be the hardcore Randians. So what was The Fireman about? It's a post-apocalyptic novel. Deadly Spore. Is this what, I mean, this sounds like The Last of Us. Two Rabbit, figure I'd not use big words. Keep it simple for Karen to understand. It's a solid stratagem. So I'm a Gen X millennial native white supremacist and a delusional closet sock dem wannabe radical. I need to update my resume. Exactly, Rabbit. Exactly. It's Jesus Christ. These purity tests. These Puritopian, more often than not anarchists, but generally in leftists. Just these Puritopians. They drive me up a wall. All right. Let's see. What do we got? Throw in Zoomer so you can apply for all those under 25-year experience positions. Man of many hats. All right. I am thinking it may be time. My only purity test is that you have to be anti-capitalist to be a leftist. I use your thing. Like I do tell people that, like, you know, ANCAP, the only ANCAP is an anti-capitalist. See links as merch. Thought Fountainhead was a decent movie, but never read any of your books. Don't judge me. Never saw the movie. Can't speak on it. I was gonna do that at one point. What is this? Jesus Christ. All right. Fountainhead was unintentionally hilarious. I have I'll check. I have a thing with my raids. They have to be single-digit viewers. Nope. Not even close. You gotta be, for me to raid you, you have to be single-digit viewers. It makes somebody's day when they go from, you know, single-digit to 50. It is, I love doing that. Birthday's already passed, Lynx. It was in October. I'm single. Does that count? I love the role. Exactly, Moomin. You don't need to help somebody who has just 76 viewers. Like, that's pointless. Like, that's, you know, they're doing fine. Yeah, I raid on occasion. I'll raid, if one of my regulars isn't up, I'll take recommendations and I'll raid a fellow leftist who's sitting. I'll double them or something like that. If we can take somebody from 40 to 80 or something like that, I'll do it from time to time. But as a general rule, as just a sort of rule of thumb, I raid the underdog, let them soar. Exactly. I really do. I think that's the coolest thing that you can do. If I had somebody like Hassan numbers, I'd be doing that on the regular. I'd just send an advanced team, of course, and warn them. But I'd be like, yeah, we're going to bring 20,000 people your direction. You know, we're going to elevate you. We're going to give a lot of eyes to you. So, you know, do you want it? Yeah, I would do that regularly. Yeah, exactly, Ace. It makes their day every time. Yes, Libra, I am. All right. Let's look. Are they live? They're live with 7. Rock on. All right. Welcome to my Twitch community. I'm a father and a farmer that enjoys games and politics and wants to build a supportive community to share things I love with. Please consider chatting, following, subscribing if you enjoy what I'm doing. He's watching a video on something. I like it.
What is that?
I like it.
But it turns out that in Europe or in the United States, there is not enough land to go to.
I dig it. All right. Thanks for the recommendation, Rabbit. That's what we're gonna do. 8 people, 56,000. Yeah, 8 people to 56,000. Like I would love to do that. Like I said, if I had those numbers, I'd be doing it on the regular. I would be known for that. Like I would bring 20,000 people into your stream, no problem. FAL. No worries. Good luck. Ooh, that's rough. You have a good night, and you're always welcome back. We'll be happy to answer questions for you. So everybody, we're gonna do this. Stick around for the raid. Again, if you're new, kaisthings.com, KAIS things.com. You can catch all of my stuff there. Restreams, VODs, the VODs of the streams, old podcast episodes, essays, photography, even episodes of my tabletop game with the behind the scenes community. All of my stuff is on my website, kaisthings.com, and contact information. If you're not a member of the Discord community and you want to be, I will give you a link right now that you can use if you guys want that and you're new to the whole scene. Otherwise, let's get ready to raid Clydeson and show Clydeson some love. Let's not get too hyper political and combative right out of the gate. Either way, as always, I hope you guys are as well as you can be. Till next time.